I'm going to call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. Today is Tuesday, February 26th. It's 4:31 p.m. And present at this time are John McLaughlin, Val Oliver, TJ Watterson, and myself, Ray Pohl. A couple things before we get started. You've all heard it before. One, we're recording tonight's meeting and taking minutes, so anyone who wants to use their own device should let us know in advance. Thank you. And item number 2 is just so that we can hear what's being heard at the table. If anyone wants to have a conversation other than at the table, it should happen out in the hallway. Thank you. Now, we want to make one little adjustment to the agenda, and that would be, and TJ, tell me if I'm getting this right.
Mm-hmm.
We have item number
4.
8 Chester Street. We want to move from old business item number 4 to the end of the agenda so that it would become item number 10.
Well, Linda just texted me, move 8 Chester after Caroline Way, please.
So number.
All right. So then it's going to be number 9.
Is that Valley Road number 4?
What it is, John, is we're taking 8 Chester Street on old business, which is number 4, and we're moving it to after number 9.
On consent?
No, under old business.
All right, let me get
After
where I am
number 8.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Under, what is it under, old business?
Yes.
Number
If you
4,
take
what
item
number?
number 4, which is 8 Chester Street, we're going to move that to after item number 9 on old business.
Item number 9.
Yeah, after it. So item number 9 is actually going to become item number 8, and number 4 will become number 9. Okay, everybody good with that?
Sure.
And John, do we have anything else?
TJ, was there one you were going to take off? Did you email me?
Yeah, actually, there was
What?
an item on new business I'd like to hold.
Item on new business you want to hold. Which one is that?
Number
from?
35, new business.
35. Okay, so we're also going to strike item number 35 on new business off of this agenda. Okay?
Head of Plains,
Yes.
you gonna bring it up when?
Up to TJ.
Next meeting, or is that okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Where are
okay.
you signing?
Yeah.
We're gonna hold it,
Okay.
all right.
Yes.
4 Head of Plains, thank you.
Okay, now we might have to do some gymnastics. Okay, so first, can I have a motion to approve the modified agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Val. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment at this time? Hearing none, we'll move right along to the consent agenda. Now, here's where we might have some issues.
I'm on it,
You're,
and you're on it.
yeah, okay, so.
Invoke necessity.
Oh,
Jeez.
jeez.
Less.
Well, you can't vote on your own project. So why don't we do this? I have 3 things on.
And I have 2.
You have 2. So, could we take Val's 2 items, which are items 16 and 17? By the way, I should just ask, is anybody else conflicted on anything else other than Val and I on these various items? Okay.
16 and 17.
Yeah, okay, so John, what we're gonna do, because Val and I both have conflicts, so we can't vote it all through together. So what we have to do is we have to take out Val's 2 items. We're gonna take out 16 and 17.
So
All right.
moved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
approve.
TJ. All right, so now we have, oh,
I would,
so I have to recuse.
Right.
I recuse from this. Okay.
does somebody want to make a motion to approve the consent without 16 and 17 being in it?
Yeah.
guess that has to
so,
be you.
So moved.
All in favor of TJ's motion?
16 and 17.
Well, we already did that, right? Moved it?
Yes.
Go ahead, it's hard for me to hear, but go ahead, what are you doing now?
Did we already do that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a motion to approve the consent without those two. And TJ made the motion, and you'll
Consent.
probably abstain, right?
Consent with conditions?
No.
No,
Main consent,
the main consent.
okay.
Striking 16 and 17.
All in favor of TJ's motion? Aye.
You can't vote.
Aye.
Oh, yeah, aye.
I,
Okay.
No, John, sorry. You're gonna abstain, right?
I'm staying here.
Okay, so that,
Thank
that motion carries.
Carries, right.
Okay,
Now I'll
and
make
now,
a motion to approve number 16 and 17 on the consent agenda.
okay, and Val is obviously abstaining from that, and TJ has made a motion to approve items 16 and 17 on consent. All those in favor of TJ's motion? Aye.
Approve them?
Yes. Just 16 and 17.
What are you for?
You're gonna abstain again, John.
Consent.
There's
Well,
still
I didn't realize you were gonna haul these out.
We had to, otherwise Val and I, if we both recused, we wouldn't have a quorum. So that's why we're doing it this way. So TJ, you have made a motion to approve items 16 and 17, correct?
Yep.
And I said, all those in favor? Aye. You're in
Aye.
favor, right? And John, you're gonna abstain from that too, right? Cause it's just more
One, two,
consent.
yeah.
Okay, all right, so that motion carries. Got it, Kathy?
Yes.
All right, now we're gonna move along to something I believe a little more straightforward, and that is consent with conditions. No conflicts here, correct?
Right.
All right then.
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
TJ, you're in?
Wait, okay.
No, John,
This is
here-
what- This is what's getting confusing.
No, here, all right.
Consent with conditions. Mini split heat pump. I haven't seen that application. We're just taking them off the table.
No, we just made a motion to approve consent with conditions, but would you like to see something?
It
Well,
says due to
yeah,
lack of
no, it just
visibility.
says mini split. Well,
Yes.
when are we gonna look at it? Find out it's copacetic.
It says right here, they put it on consent with conditions due to
Yeah, and
lack of
so it has, the
visibility.
condition is that it's not visible from a public way. You see that on the second line, John?
Okay, who made that recommendation?
That would be the staff,
Mr. Hayden.
the staff.
So, John,
Okay, I know.
no,
what's
if you're
going on.
uncomfortable with that, you can certainly
Okay.
view the application. You're all right?
Alright.
Okay, so TJ has a motion on the table to approve the consent with conditions agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. TJ, you're
Aye.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then John, you will abstain, correct?
I was thinking,
I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I just thought you might be doing that. Okay, now we are going to roll right on along to old business. And we have Val Oliver, and we may have some issues with quorums here.
We do have an issue with quorum.
We do?
Yep,
Of course. What do we got? Hang on.
it was Cole, McLaughlin, Welch, and Dutra.
Yeah, no, gotta hold it. Sorry, Val. Okay, so we're gonna need to hold item number 1 due to lack of quorum. May I have that motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
May
All
I
those in-
ask a question?
Of course.
If somebody else comes, if Diane does happen to show up, can we bring it back? Oh,
Yeah,
no, then
no,
it still
Diane
wouldn't be
was
a
not-
quorum.
Here's, it
Who's
was
on it?
John, me, Jesse, who's definitely not gonna be here, and Steven, who's definitely
Oh,
not
yeah.
gonna be here, correct? Did I get that right, John?
look,
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so unfortunately, it's not looking good for tonight for you, Val.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, now we have concept design. Do we have a quorum here?
We do.
Oh my God. How did that happen?
Number 2.
Number 2, we're reviewing now. Is it the 3 of us, John?
It is the three of you.
Okay, that's
Sorry.
excellent. Okay, we get to review one, John.
Just to be candid.
We get to review one.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Hey, John, I brought you some photos of the existing house as well. Is that must be on this list.
TJ, can you remind us what the we had requested, oh,
Right.
yes,
This
the
is
tail
the-
wagging the dog.
Yeah, this,
Right.
was heard a couple weeks ago, and
Yeah,
what was requested was like kind of, we wanted to drop the eave heights on this addition because it's, adding onto this little beach shack, and
Yes.
like you say, tail wagging the dog. So we went with a salt box form that kind of aligns the eave of the addition with the eave of the existing house. I'd say a little bit more harmonious than the, previous version.
I think it kind of grounds it.
it definitely does. I think it's much better. Yeah. Do you have anything further to say about it?
No, we made a couple other changes, I think. We added, obviously as a result of this, the porch went from the north to the east because we had it on brackets on the north. And I think we changed some windows on the north and changed the fenestration actually on the south a little bit too. We were able to center everything on the ridge, garage door wise, which wasn't the case in the previous version.
I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you, Bill. John, how about you?
One question, you got 6 casement windows. On the structure.
They exist.
They exist. I'm adding one little awning
Oh.
window.
Okay, I got you, all right, yeah, okay.
It's very inadequate.
Yes, it is. I
Just
agree.
had this going on, right?
Yep.
And John, we had asked last time that he do something to ground the building so that it wasn't much taller, so he added the porch on the side there.
Who's the contractor?
I don't know who's gonna contract this yet. Just still in the
Yeah,
prelim phases. I'm not sure.
Okay.
You okay with it, John?
No comment.
All right, I think that we're ready to move this forward because I have no issues with it. Ms. Oliver,
Motion to approve
thank
as
you.
submitted.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, John. Okay, Design Associates, 28 Lily. Hello, Chris.
What's the
Sorry.
board on this one?
It is the folks sitting at the table right now.
Great.
Val
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
and John.
We might be able to approve a few of them tonight.
Hey,
So, how you doing, Bob?
better than you, unfortunately.
Well,
Good luck.
one of those things, isn't it?
Can I have your name for the record?
Chris Dalmas, Design Associates,
How do you spell your last name?
DALLMUS.
Okay.
And your name?
Mark Godfrey, Godfrey.
Homeowner?
No, contractor. I wish. Yeah,
Did this have HSAB?
Did initially, and one of the requests from you guys was that I review their comments.
Well, if memory serves me, Chris, we read the comments and there were certain things that you kind of immediately consented to.
I just wanted to know
At
if
the
it went
table.
back to
Yeah.
them.
Did not.
Not go back a second time, just mostly the window survey was the big.
Right.
I have the window survey here, got 2 copies, I don't know what you want me to do with it. I can broad brush
Yeah,
what we're doing, if that makes sense.
that would be a great idea, Chris.
Okay. All windows are to remain at their present locations, or to be relocated to new locations, except for the one out on the east elevation. There's a 103 window, which is a 6-light sash. It's not original.
Mm.
We're gonna salvage salvage it and store it in the basement for potential reuse.
Okay.
There are two kitchen windows that we were basically taking out. We are now taking those out, putting in new windows, and they're on the same east elevation.
108.
And they are going to the rear north elevation. In fact, they'll match the other window types that are in that rear with the family room.
So the two that are shadowed in here
Yes.
just moving to the north. Right. Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then, there's 303, which is on the east elevation, third floor attic up in the gable. That's not an original window, it was a weighted sash, we're basically gonna remove that. And if you want, I have as-built elevations, if that's of any help for you guys.
The window 303, you said was not an old window, correct?
No, it's a weighted sash window, so
Right.
it's back out, yeah.
Well, it looks really incongruous anyway. I mean, here's what Chris is talking about.
Yeah, I remember
That
that whole
little
facade was a little
Window
wonky.
Okay.
sort of chiseled in there, okay?
And then what's maybe a little difficult to read in the window survey is that all the west elevation windows are plank frame. We're adding one new window on the second floor toward the front. And we're gonna build that as a true plank frame window so that on the exterior and the interior basically reads and complements the other plank frame windows.
I could find this out by looking at your as-built, but right now, there's just no window.
There's no window there, and I suspect
That's odd.
we might find framing for it.
Hey, is this just a mistake, a drafting error? It looks like you got sort of a ghost window here with shingles and everything over it. It looks fine here.
It's the computer, I guess.
Okay, all right, but it's supposed to look like that.
Yes.
Okay.
There are also on the north elevation, which are buried by the screened porch, there's an existing plank frame window that we're retaining, and then we're gonna flank it with two new, again, custom plank frame windows, true plank frame windows, to basically match both externally and internally. I think you have limited visibility of those anyway. And then finally, on the east elevation, since the west elevation of the main mass is all plank frame windows, we're proposing to essentially do the same thing on the east side, not true plank frames. In other words, there are windows there that are Boston cased. We're gonna plank frame on the east side, except at the rear L. So, in other words, all these guys here.
Are going blank.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Keeping it separate on the rear L just for sort of a sense of history.
Well, the rear L is a
I see
20th
those?
century addition.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I suspect you wouldn't find a plank frame window in the 20th century. If anything, you'd find a weighted sash that are there now.
Right. Okay. John, you ready?
Yeah, why are the duplicates?
You mean proposed?
All four elevations, the top one is.
Okay,
Duplicate
well,
of something.
hey, John, look carefully because you'll see a date. It says proposed, and then it'll say 2/12/19. On the
Okay.
top one, it'll say 2/26/19. So the last time that they came in, that was the 2/12/19.
February 12th.
February 12th, exactly. So they made some revisions based on our comments, and that's what shows up underneath as 2/26, which is today, I believe.
And here's existing.
Yeah.
Okay, my other question is the, window 306 in the dormer.
Are you on the east,
No, I'm on the north elevation.
north elevation? Okay.
Dormer. My question is, it says fixed glass, it could still be fixed as a case. Do they tilt in or out?
Let me
It's
see where you are,
304,
John.
305, and 306, the
The
windows.
shed dormer?
Yeah,
Yes.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
it says fixed flag, it doesn't say what, but it looks like 804 over
I
4.
probably will set them up as tilt-ins.
Huh?
As tilt-ins,
Like hoppers.
but tilt-ins.
Okay.
Say that again, now.
He's saying he can do them as hoppers so that they swing in, John.
Okay, let the minutes show that, yeah.
We can include that as part of our approval, John? We can include it as part of our approval, that they be hoppers.
Right.
Okay? All right, thank you. Val, you know, I should just say, one of the things that we were discussing last time, and maybe you can kind of remind us, Chris, was the roof walk skirt.
Right. We continue to want, as proposed, the roof walk skirt. We will certainly, all those boards would go to weather, so it's not sort of a monolith of white paint. We've got a 1/4-inch gap between, which is already represented in the drawings.
Right. The
Um,
skirt boards would be to weather, and then
Correct.
the rest of it's
The
painted.
posts would be painted.
Okay.
I also wanted to comment on the roof walk baluster, because Val had commented.
that
would
was
you-
just I like the
Well,
fun.
and we considered it, which was essentially, I mean, here's that, a close-up shot, and your request, or thought was to infill with balusters. There's a big problem with that, though, in that this top rail is 30 inches above the deck. So essentially, we just have to rebuild the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's relatively recent, too. It's modern construction, so.
Oh, I didn't even think you needed to save it, I just liked that,
Grateful.
the detail.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's so damn dangerous what they have right
Oh,
now.
God, no.
It's worse than nothing almost. Okay, well, thank you for,
And then one other thing, we had a bubble skylight
Yes.
for access to the roof walk, and that's now a flat skylight.
yeah, Bilko, I see that.
It's not even a Bilko, it's
Oh,
glass
oh, I'm looking at the
vision.
old one, yeah,
Glass vision.
okay.
It's pretty handsome. And then the lattice, we had a discussion about the lattice below the screen porch. And I think previously we had it as painted. We felt it would be more appropriate to let it go to weather.
Okay,
Essentially the same treatment we would have with the roof walk skirt.
very good. Thank you, Chris. So, Val, did you have anything else?
No, so do you need it in the front, Chris? Could it just be in the back, in the sides?
The skirt?
Yeah,
I do. Well, let me say this. I looked at putting it to the back side of the ridge, and to do that, we have to rebuild the entire roof wall, and it's gotta be wider. It goes, right now, we're roughly about 7.5 feet in width, and it would have to probably go to around 9.5 feet in
Oh,
width. So, and I thought it was, I mean, we did a quick study of it, so I just thought it was,
yeah,
I like the proportions of what's there. Can I pass it down?
sure.
I'm not that hung up on that roof walk.
Okay,
I have no concerns.
all right. TJ,
I have no concerns, and I appreciate, moving from the gable dormer to the shed was a good improvement.
Thank you.
I'm the same. I appreciate your reusing the sash and stockpiling the ones that you're not reusing and changing to the plank frame on the other side, so I think this has a lot of
And the
merit.
shed dormer from a gable is
Yeah.
huge.
So, it sounds like the only condition we're gonna attach to this approval, Chris, is the, making sure that those 3 windows in the dormer on the north, which are 304, 305, and 306, will be hopper units to tilt in. Okay? You have to.
Yeah, we're happy to.
Okay, thanks. All right, so can somebody give me that motion?
Motion to approve with the windows in the north dormer being hopper style
Very good.
And the skirt of the roof walk being natural to weather.
Right,
And,
yes.
sorry.
Okay, all those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you guys want these for the window surveys?
Yeah, let's
Yes.
just keep this in as a record.
For the
Thanks-
file.
Thanks a lot.
I sent it to, John, I sent it to you electronically also.
Okay. Okay, so Linda, so you walk in. So we moved your Lily Street thing to after Caroline.
Chester Street.
Oh, I said Lily Street, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. All right, but you have another one. Oh. It's, oh my God, I'm totally falling apart. So you were on number 5 now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Hi.
Hello, afternoon.
Okay, so this is now up for the first time,
It got moved,
so we can
right?
all sit on it.
John, it got moved down, remember?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna take up the Chester Street one, which we just passed over, after we're through with all this, Caroline Way and James Crowley stuff. Okay?
So this is, the demo one, Caroline?
Yeah. It's really new business.
Right, demo only.
Yeah. Okay, so to start out, could you give your name for the record?
My name's Paulo Vicent.
I'm sorry, what is it again?
Paulo, Paulo. Last name's Vicent, Vicente.
Thank you. Okay, Austin Lock Way,
Walkway.
yeah.
It's actually Caroline Way. One Caroline?
It's the corner. Well,
Yeah, I know this house very well. Right by my surf spot. And you wanna know what? I've always, every time I drive down there, hated this, like, roof that comes up straight, goes straight up, and then has a little thing there.
They were nice people, though.
Susan,
The Dwaynes, yeah.
Whoa.
But the houses.
I always wanted to just fill that part in, and then it would look like a real house, you know, I mean, but anyway. So what we're reviewing here is an application to move off or demo this house.
No concerns.
I'm just gonna ask the question for the sake of asking it. Do you know how old this house is?
I think it's
Approximately.
1975.
75, okay. That squares with what I would have thought. John, are you okay with move off or demo of this house down there on Old Austin Lockway?
They're gonna do the 60 days, right?
Yeah, they have to do the demo delay. That's a building department thing.
Okay, what I'm looking at is number 5, right?
You are looking at number 5, correct?
No, I have no problem with it. It has no significance to Nantucket architecture.
Totally agree. How about you, TJ?
I'm fine.
Okay, so let's
Motion
go.
to approve.
Thanks. There's a motion on the table to approve the move off / demo of this house. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Now, you're here to represent the rest of them, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Now we got number 6.
This looks like the new house, I think. Yeah, new house. Which of these are,
The large ones are the plans, cause it wouldn't fit on the
these
24
are,
right there.
these are the plans?
Yeah, and those are the elevations, the smaller. There's an existing double lot that other house sits on, that we're proposing this new residence. We have some, MESA, native endangered species vegetation towards the back of the property. So we tried to pull, the new house closer to the Caroline Way, street frontage. Since this is a double lot and most of those, houses down there are smaller lots and have about 1,500 square feet ground cover, we tried to break up the mass of this house into, two second story structures, so it wouldn't seem as massive as or in keeping with the neighborhood, of that area down there.
What are your, proposed trim colors and so forth?
It's all natural weather.
Everything. Well, actually, so all the trim natural weather, and then how about like the sash and the
The
doors?
sash, we're proposing a cadet gray, which is a Marvin color. It's like a dark gray.
Okay.
And the doors, the front door is a Hamilton blue.
Mm-hmm.
And also a rear door.
That was familiar with. Oh. Okay, so we're actually, I think,
It's actually should be two applications, I
well,
think.
Well,
maybe. So what we have in front of us is a main house and a guest house.
well, Linda
It's
actually
connected.
did some research on it. It is connected, with the porch and underground, and according to, the building commissioner, they consider it one house, and I did speak to John, so if they considered it one house, we figured one house with one application.
Yeah, I frankly think that it's, at least from the perspective of this board, probably better just to take it all as a piece when it's all connected. And then we get to see the whole thing rather than it all cut up. So I don't mind reviewing it this way. And what happens at the building department is kind of none of our business. Okay, so. South faces the water. East faces Austin Lot. Do you also have the shed included in this?
We have a separate application that's coming
Oh,
up.
okay, so it's just
Yeah.
I
redundant.
didn't think you could have these.
Yeah, we just put it in there for context.
You can only be a crawl space, 6 feet.
Right. If it's an exempt shed. You have two driveways.
Correct.
You might get some,
Yeah.
You know, I realize we need a special permit for that.
So, I'll start if
Yeah,
you
go
want.
ahead.
I
it's great.
am struggling with where is the front door,
Front door, if you look on the site plan, is off of Austin Lots. And there's that, boardwalk that leads right to it. So if you're looking at the elevation,
The east,
correct, the east elevation.
it's that four light duo.
yeah. So it's what's hard is that none of this reads as if this is the front of the house. I know the driveway will guide you there. I just find that kind of confusing. I appreciate the scale and the massing. It is a whole new genre for that area. Nobody has open rafter tails. And I would prefer to see the connection not have a roof on it. A deck is one thing, but I think that just makes it read as one much larger structure. And I don't believe there are any houses out there that have that much mass to them. Simple is better.
There's number 5 Caroline Way has rafter tails, and it's similar configuration to this.
So, don't worry too much right now. What we're gonna do, the protocol here is that each of the board members will speak their piece. You'll take those comments, and if you have, pictures of other, and it may only be a concern for Val and nobody else. We don't know that until we go around the table. So, was that?
No, I have one other
Go
thing.
ahead.
So,
Yeah.
to me, it does read as 2 separate houses, whether by the legal, because it's connected underneath and all that, it is or not. And with that said, they are both virtually the same size and mass. And typically, we like to see one, subservient to the other.
Okay,
That's it for now.
thank you, Val. How about you, John? You ready?
Okay. Fixed casement. What is a fixed casement?
It's not operable.
Now, I have questions here. This, I don't know what the building called is, but this has got 6 light
That's a shed.
long dormers. They are in here. I don't think they match up, they don't go with the house. I question these windows here. None of these windows correlate to the window schedule. I don't know the definition of these, what they are, okay? And the application should not have been accepted until it was full, okay? All right, I have questions with that south elevation, I have the
Hey, John, can I just explain to him something about what you just said? It relates to, okay, so ordinarily, when we have a window schedule, on the elevations, you'll see, oh, that's an A window, that's a B window, so that when John's looking at a particular window, he can go to the window schedule and say, okay, the B window is this or that. It's 5 feet high and 3 feet wide. So you may want to key in all these windows. That's sort of what John was doing. Okay, continue, John, I'm sorry.
Okay. Number 1, towards the east elevation. There's a shed roof there. I don't know what the pitch is.
Which one are you pointing to there? Oh, this one.
Right.
Yeah, it's not marked. It's probably a 5 because that's what this little roof below it is. Yeah, you see
This
that?
is a gable. You
Right.
have to have a 7-inch minimum. That's sufficient call,
All right, well.
7-inch minimum on your lower, on your east elevation, you got a 5-inch pitch. You gotta find you got enough room, you got enough to raise it up to a 7 without bothering the rest of the construction. And
Okay.
the south elevation, I question these 2 matching windows in the dormer.
You mean those little windows in the middle here, John?
Yeah,
These
those 2, yeah.
Okay.
And then on the west elevation, the right side, the windows there, you got 3 different types of windows on the roof. Find something matching across there.
That last one's a door.
I'm sorry?
That last one is a door.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The 2 light is a door,
This is a
John.
window, this is a window, this is a door. This is a door.
Okay, all right, question them. This one,
Mm,
no description, and those, 6 light windows on the, in the dormers.
Well, we're actually gonna, the thing, those little things that you were pointing to just now are on the shed, which we're gonna review in just a second, okay? We're actually, he included the shed in this, but it's a separate application, so we'll talk about that in a second,
Okay,
okay?
that's my comment.
All right, John, thank you very much. How about you, TJ?
Yeah, I think in general, this is very well done. I have a few comments, you know, on the site, at least massing wise. I think that it's good that it's kind of rambles on the site and, it's not too formal, which it shouldn't be, because it's a beachy area, but I'm with Val on the, rafter tails. I'm not really too big of a fan for that area. Rafter tails, but it does help that they're natural. They are natural, right?
Yeah,
Do you think it reads as one house, though? It reads as two to me.
Yeah, I think it reads as 2 houses.
what? I think it's supposed to,
Yeah.
you know. His initial statement was rather than have one big massive house, he wanted to break it up.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And the other thing I was looking at was, you've got cottage corners, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing I was looking at was the chimney, and maybe if we could get some corbelling of some sort at the top of the chimney. And other than that, I think you know, I think I'm fine.
Great, thanks. Well, I think it's a nice design. Certainly better than what's there right now. I know they were nice people. Perhaps, given that this is really, I mean, we can call it one house because it's connected underground or whatever, but I mean, really the perception is that it's a house and a guest house. And as such, maybe you could get some height out of the quote-unquote guest house in the back, creating more differential between the two buildings. You know, I like the rafter detail thing in general. I'd love to see photos that you get that are in that area. And, you know, maybe if it's feeling too busy to some of the other members, maybe what we do is we change the spacing from what appears to be about 16 inches to 24 inches or something, so it's just less teeth. But really, I have very little to find fault with in this design. That's it for me. So should we just, maybe you can get us some more information and, you know, about the neighborhood and so forth?
I have some photos, I don't know if you want to see them now, or,
Of the precedent?
yes.
If there's only, I think there might be one,
Yeah,
which
let's
is
see
not
it.
the majority.
There it is. Now,
And where is that?
you know, I don't know where this house
That's
is.
across from number 8, which I believe, it's right on the corner of Wall and Caroline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good one.
And what do you guys think about the connection roof?
I don't mind it. You know, I think I don't think it makes it feel any more massive. I think it just appears to be something that's connecting the main house and the guest house.
So, you're right, it just seems like there's a lot less teeth.
On that.
Hugely, and by connecting it with the teeth is making it look even
Well,
more
there's
busy.
a lot of teeth on the connector.
I think
You may want to
I
just.
think-
the deck can stay, but the
Hey, did
roof
you
should
draw all this
go.
by hand?
Yeah.
You gotta get on the computer, man. I don't know how to, so. I should be one to talk. Well, listen,
One question,
yeah,
which elevation is the front?
I said the same thing.
okay,
I said the same thing.
the quote-unquote front of this house faces Austin Lock, which is to the east. So, John, the east elevation that door right there, that's
Okay,
the
it should be
front
a
door.
more appropriate door for that style, the neighborhood, there's nothing like, I don't think.
That, right now, that's reading like a side
Okay.
door,
Six panel or four panel,
okay? So, you wanna work on your window schedule, maybe work on your, number of exposed rafter tails, et cetera.
Okay.
But, you know, I don't, for a project of this size, you have very little to find fault with. Okay, can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to hold for revision.
Thank you, TJ. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, now we got,
maybe,
you okay there, John?
yeah, just on the floor plan, right?
Okay, all right, now, you know you're not allowed to have pools out there. They already told you that, right? I'm kidding. We have, two, right down the street, we have two appeals.
We're
because
just gonna make the whole neighborhood look like a Hedgesbury. Forget what it looks like now.
I shouldn't open that can. Why don't we start with something easy? Why don't we do the shed first? No, not your shed, his shed.
You're not the only shed on the issue.
I'm just gonna give you a heads up. So, pools in this particular neighborhood have become a hot button issue. And your neighbors are you aware
I'm
of this?
impressed with this, yeah.
You're aware of it,
I've watched
okay.
all your YouTube.
Okay. Good, I get royalties. So,
This is for the shed, right?
Yeah.
oh, are we on the shed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, so let's make short work of
That's the
this.
pool.
Yeah, no, we're doing the shed first, John, and there's John's windows, he wants to know more about those.
Correct.
Hey,
Yeah, and just P.S., like, even though we're looking at the fence here, we're not approving the fence as part of this application, it would just be the shed itself. The fence is a landscape element. Is this a zoning shed?
Yes,
Can't have a basement.
does not have a basement.
Oh, it says basement.
What is that walk down?
That's actually part of the main house, or that attached house. It's a light well that gives you access by cutting through there, show you the side elevation of the shed.
Oh, I see what it is. So that's a fairly deep,
It's a deep well that accesses the basement to the main house.
Yes,
And it
yes,
happens to run along the side of the
yes.
shed.
Yeah, I see.
that's a
Okay.
very big basement.
Alright, thanks for
Yeah, that is a huge basement well.
A sunken patio.
Yeah. And what is this, material, I think it's batten board
Correct.
on these two gable ends?
Yeah.
Alright. Comments? TJ, you ready?
Yeah, general okay with it. Like to see where we go with the rafter tails on the main house. And also on your board and batten on the gable ends. If we're gonna do that, could we do it like a little bit wider boards? Maybe like a 1x10 maybe with battens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not just keep it simple?
Or shingle it, yeah.
There's gonna be so much going on this site.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
And that's it. That's-
Alright, thanks. So Val, you wanna continue?
Yeah, I think it is what it is. I'd like to see
You'd
it
prefer
more
to see it
simplified.
Okay.
Without the transoms would be great. Nothing.
Okay.
Can it get, is there a possibility of it moving where it is? So that it blocks the pool from the public vista on the west?
Well, it,
Don't say you're
Place to
not gonna
block
see it, it's wide open.
no, I'm not saying you're not gonna see it. I positioned it so you'd block the pool coming down Austin Lock. You know, the rest of the house is blocking the pool from Caroline Way and Austin Lock, so I specifically put it towards the back there, so the pool's kind of surrounded by structure. The only place that the pool is not blocked from is the west, and the west has
Which is land bank
Conservation
property,
land.
yeah.
Where were you thinking of moving the shed?
To the west.
Oh, to the west.
Now, one thing I will say, I'm the person who loathes pools out there the most, but what I do like is that you incorporated it into the deck, which is what I suggested to another person out there. It keeps it so much less, in your face. So I think if it's gonna have railing around it, it's gonna read just like a deck.
railing.
Well, it looks, or fence, you had fence. Is it gonna have fence all the way around?
The fence is outboard, towards the north side,
Yeah,
and that's really it, all the fence.
well, if you ran some fence, oh, well, we're not even talking about the pool yet, but
Yeah,
if
so
you
we
did
should
fence
finish up
on the
on the shed.
west, then that would take care of it too.
Okay. And that was it, right, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. John,
Yeah, trying to find out where the fence is going.
well, let's hold on the fence just for a second, okay? Because that's gonna be part of the pool thing. So all we're reviewing right now is the shed. And you had already made a comment about the transoms that are on the shed roof.
Right.
You wanna just say that again? Just for the record?
Those transoms on the front are not appropriate to a lot of Nantucket's outlying areas, put it that way. You can have air conditioning, I see.
On the main house,
Are they fenced?
yes,
Around them?
yes.
Okay, well, where does it show that?
On this site plan, the first page, second page, sorry. Next page.
I'm just trying to find it.
If you go back one sheet here, see, here, that's fence, and down there is
Yeah,
fence.
okay. And how's the pool?
She's not coming out.
Pool equipment is here, and that's
They're gonna be
fence.
fenced?
Yep.
So
And,
that
all
is
those sorts of
all our
pool.
applications.
Missed it. There's no roll top on the
Oh,
fruit.
well, we'll get to that in a second. I don't think so, John, because he's talking about a fence there, but a pool fence, but we'll bring that up when we review the pool.
I think
Okay.
it should, this fence is 5 foot high. I
It
think it's
is?
too tall
No,
for
it's
this
4 foot.
area, you only need 4 feet.
Yeah, it's only 4 feet.
Okay. He says it's 4. Thanks, John. Hey, so my solution to the transom thing would be to remove the one on the north side, which will be visible as you're driving down Austin Lock, and keep the one on the south, which is facing into the property. And I say that, just because it's sort of back to Val's point about simplification of the overall design, you know, and it's a nice element, and I understand why you have it on there. But I think that if you had one on the south side, yes, I am saying that right, on the south side, you would get plenty of light for your interior program. And then you're keeping the outside sort of perimeter nice and simple. That's all I have to say about it. I do agree with TJ's comment about spacing the board and batten wider or going with shingle. Okay, can I have a motion on that one?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we'll go to the pool and the hardscape.
Diane isn't gonna be here tonight.
Didn't think so.
Yeah, she
Boy,
just,
she, I'm concerned.
yeah.
This is like,
She was gonna
A month.
try, but she's,
she's still sick.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. Okay.
We'll have to start handing out masks to everybody who comes in here.
Alright, so you heard a few things about the pool already. Maybe what you can do is walk us through where the fencing is.
So on the north side of the shed, top of the page.
Yeah,
It runs along, connecting from what's labeled as the guest house,
yeah,
along that front wall where I'm showing 2 gates, all the way down to where the pool equipment's going and kind of encloses the pool equipment down here on the
I'm looking at the
west.
wrong plan.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, the 2 gates at top. And 2.
So what about at the driveway coming off Caroline? Do you not need fencing there? Are you doing an auto cover?
We're doing an auto cover.
Auto cover.
Oh, okay.
So the fences are just to kind of shield the view from, and then I have another fence kind of on the Caroline Way that goes out to that parking area. And again, that's really just, those will be planted, but that's really just to shield the view from the public way of the pool.
I think if you can connect those on the west, because that is a public walking path, technically. That would be great.
When you say connect those, what do you mean?
I mean, where the pool equipment is a piece of a
Yes.
fence that stops.
Oh, I see, and then
And
go
where
down.
Caroline Way is, he does a piece of fence that stops at the driveway. If those connected, instead of being open to that area that's all wide open,
Got it. Okay. Yep.
I think in the scheme of pools out there, it's the best case scenario. It's enclosed by the house and it looks like it's in the deck. So there's not hedges and,
Right. Okay. TJ.
I agree with what Val just said about enclosing the full enclosure. And ultimately, I think it would be great if we could get stakes at the corners of the pools, of the pool, so we could view it from Caroline and just kind of assess whether this fence is gonna cover us on visibility or not.
well, and I do have a question. It says it's in the easement, your driveway? Is that allowed?
So there's not structure there.
What's a utility easement, right? Yeah.
No?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, as long as they can get in and dig it up. Was that it, TJ?
That was it, yeah.
John? Okay. Oddly, the only thing that I'm concerned about in terms of visibility is if you're on Austin Lock Way, Austin is, I think, has an E on the end of it, let's say you're on Austin Lock right about where your boardwalk to the front door is, and if you look through your breezeway, won't you have a direct view of the pool?
Well, I did drop the pool a foot from, there's a slight grade change
Oh.
as you go, so
Yeah.
that
What's-
area in back is slightly lower. So the pool is recessed behind that deck, a couple steps.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of a heads up. Whenever we're approving pools these days, the name of the game is that we don't see them. Okay, so we always attach this little sort of proviso to the approval that says that if John Hedden, when he does his sign off, can see the pool, either through the vegetation or through the fence or whatever, that something needs to be done to provide a year-round opaque barrier so that the pool is not visible from any public way. So if you're pretty confident that you're not gonna see it the way I just showed, then that's fine, but if John walks out there and says, oh yeah, I can see the pool, then you might have to rethink.
What's a stockade fence?
That's the boards that are tight together and have the little
And it's gonna
points.
be all the way down around?
It's existing. All
It
those
is?
Those properties have stockade around the front of it.
No.
I consider
no.
stockade like a,
That's a
large-
split rail
yeah.
fence.
Split rail,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, stockade fence. That's like that
Scared me.
6 foot high with the
No.
points on it. We're gonna have that between us and Mexico in a few months.
and
Okay.
what is the foot bath? Just because, is this the whole hardscape we're doing?
No, this is just the pool.
Okay,
Well, no. It actually, the application is for pool hardscape, so what was your question, Val?
what's the foot bath off of where you come off Austin Lock through a
Oh, the
gate? We
foot
don't know
wash.
what the gate looks like, to some area that says foot bath to a boardwalk.
The foot bath is just a piece of bluestone
With a
then-
little
with
spigot,
a little spigot.
little low thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
And what's the gate?
The gate is not the stockade, but the
Split rail. Have you ever seen those split rail gates?
Sometimes they do like
they
a
do
cross.
exist.
Or, yeah,
Yeah,
finagled one.
gate you want.
that would be nice. What?
One of the old.
old mill, if you wanna look at it.
Is there?
So,
Oh,
okay. That's it.
anything else?
No,
Okay. Everybody set?
yeah.
All right, so let's have a motion for some revisions here.
Motion to hold for revision.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. So that was Caroline Way. And now you have one on Wall Street. Okay.
Which is right across the street,
Correct.
across that easement.
Yes.
Oh,
By the way, that easement is on their property, and then there's an additional 100 feet before you get to their property, so it's actually more of a buffer for that pool.
It's amazing how much you could do.
So this is a small upside down house on Wall Street. We tried to, again, break up the mass into small volumes on this. And if you could see the site plan, I don't know why, but all those houses on Wall Street kind of angle
For the view.
towards
Yeah.
that view over there to the south. So we maintain that in the positioning to maximize the views for the house.
Is this connected to that house?
Is it connected?
You know, like part of
No,
it?
no.
No.
Because it looks
separate
like it
different
is.
builder, different owner.
Okay, so here's the front. And this one has 3 driveways.
owner. Existing has 2 driveways, one's a walkway.
So the south is probably the front, right?
Yes, no, sorry, the north.
Oh, so that
That door with the
painted wood door with
Exactly.
the diagonal, yeah. Okay. Can I start?
No.
Madam Val. You know, I like this, although I think there's too much going on. There's you know, like this little second floor, sort of popped out thing on the north elevation. It's at an angle. It's like a little,
Bay.
bay, if you will, and then that sort of Juliet balcony. The massing is kind of, I don't know, ambiguous, because you have three component pieces that are all, as far as I can tell, pretty much at the same height. So
Yeah.
there's no hierarchy per se. So I'd be in favor of just seeing this tidied up somehow, and a little bit more organized and simplified. But that's all I have to say. I mean, I do think it's charming. Okay, anybody else? Same thing, is this all natural?
Yes, all natural. The sashes are cream color.
Oh, cream color.
Yes, they're a little lighter, and the doors are white, front
Okay.
doors white.
Oh.
There are some anomalies, like on the west, there's a window that goes right to the corner. That's not too typical. A bunch of different decks. It looks like the deck, I'm looking at the south, but it would be on the east. Sort of cantilevers out past the edge of the building. And the balustrade seems real tight. Is that just a,
Is
A
that because we're
drawing
viewing it
thing?
at an angle or something?
No,
No.
that's by design.
Oh.
that's very atypical. We'd like to see a little more spaced out for a lighter feel.
The other thing interesting is that you have some shingled parapets, and then you have some open.
Right. And the picket fence seems tight too. The bay is unusual. And then that facade has some returns. On the gable. And on the west. I don't really see the. There's a window that you show in your section, that is sort of bumped up a little bit high.
West,
Yeah. I don't know how much you can see that,
the
but
dormer window.
I think it just needs to be sort of, again, simplified. And maybe some more additive mass, some of the building needs to come down.
Yeah, differentiation between those three pods. Is that it, Val?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, TJ.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said already. I think, you know, from the south where you have like the convex side facing the ocean with the massing, mostly looks good, other than, you know, maybe the second floor deck on the left side of the south elevation. It's a huge deck. Maybe we could push that back a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And so my point being, on the north side where you have the concave part of the massing, it just seems, it reads a little bit odd. You know, with the, you know, maybe kind of what Ray was saying with the hodgepodge of elements and the lack of hierarchy. And, you know, we don't have like a, solid massing. This is the front of the house, and just reads a little bit odd and atypical, I'd say. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, TJ.
I have one other thing.
Go ahead.
On that line. The buildings do cant in a direction to face the water, but I don't know that there's anything out there that has
With a U shape.
an angle like that on a part of it. Maybe straightening it out will make it seem a little less different. What about John?
John?
Yes, thank you. Okay, where's the front door?
North elevation,
What elevation?
north,
North? This one?
Yep.
What is it?
it's a Dutch door.
It's not typical for Nantucket style. Have to change the style, it's boarding on the bottom and it look like a casement window on the top half, that's on the north elevation. So that should be, like a change there anyway. But yeah. None of the windows are marked with numbers, that's gotta be done, okay? Because you got fixed awning, French casement, awning windows, casement windows are all mixed. Find some harmony in them. On your west elevation, the shed on the left, and this west elevation, you got 4-inch pitches. It should be 7 minimum gables. You gotta change that to a 7, this to a 7. The air conditioners. You have air conditioning?
Yep, they're, in
Are
the,
they fenced?
yes. Shown right there in front.
Okay, I see
in
it
the
there,
front.
should have been on all of them, but anyway. And that's my question, thank you.
Thanks, John. I just had a couple more things.
Yep.
One, I want to speak to the angle. You know, Val, I can understand the reason that they would want to have that angle, and it's not a really aggressive angle. So that's one of those things where I think you're probably not even gonna notice it's at an angle. You know, like when you walk down, you go downtown and there's buildings that are like, you notice that the facade is like diagonal, it's not square. So that doesn't really trouble me so much. Now, the paint colors, however, do. It's funny because I can't imagine natural trim with white doors and cream sash. I think it's just gonna be really heavy contrast.
I agree.
Oh, well, okay. Say no more. Okay. You know, it's just a comment. I think you'd be hard pressed to find that color combination on this island, I think. Okay.
Can I make a couple
Yeah,
comments
yeah, sure.
regarding?
Yes,
One, the little Juliet balcony, I think
yeah,
in the configuration, you would never see that from anywhere,
okay.
just because it's in that U shape.
No, I appreciate
It's
that.
wide open though.
It-
You can
like,
go
from the
100 feet
north.
down the road and
Okay, continue though.
The balcony that, Mr. Watterson, referenced, there, down in that area, there's a lot of second floor balconies that are really, really large. I have examples of pictures of that, all over that neighborhood with these second floor
Yeah,
balconies.
we're
facing.
aware of those balconies, or decks, I should say. That was in reference to.
That was in reference to the west, balcony that, the problem is they wanna dine out there, so it's pulling it in.
They want what?
They wanna be able to dine out there.
Yeah.
it's an upside down house.
It's an upside down
We don't have a
house.
floor plan, do we?
Yeah, there's a floor plan.
So you got it.
And it's, unlike most of them down there, it's actually sheltered within the roof, so it's
Yeah,
less
enclosed.
conspicuous than most of the ones down up there.
Well, so your job is to either accommodate our concerns to the degree that you're able, or rebut them and defend them. So I mean, I think we're all aware that there's a lot of pretty large.
Motion over revision.
Thank you, John. All those in favor?
I,
Aye. Okay, thanks. We'll see you next time. Okay, Chris no, Linda. All right. Now, do we have an existing board on this that
no,
Chris is gonna grimace?
No.
It was held?
yeah,
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
How are you, my friend?
Good.
Did your mom lose that house on West Jeff?
She did. She did, she
Like
did.
29?
Yep, yeah, she died,
How long?
9 years. Right next to the one that's getting, right next to this out there. She wanted to,
Yeah, somebody the other day just go, oh, I think that's Chris Perry's mom's house.
yeah,
Oh, it was Dave Trost. He said he did some landscape
yeah.
stuff. Okay. Everybody ready?
mm-hmm.
All right, we got Nantucket Advisory. Linda, you gotta help me sometimes with this.
I try to be neat.
Here, let me see how good I am. No transom, not appropriate. Door should be board and batten. That's on the north elevation. East, door should be board and batten. No pitch. You mean like it's not?
No pictures on the drawings.
You mean not?
This is the big thing. You'll not hear it until the application is filled out. No pitch, no roofing material designated on the application page,
Okay,
no
no
door
door
information,
pitch.
no,
You're not sick, are you?
no, I've already been where you are.
All right.
Put windows on application, no height on the application, no colors on the application, because the application is what holds the
this is
drawings.
No, I know.
The
There's a-
application wasn't
part of
filled
the
out when we
application.
saw it.
Oh, it had a door schedule, a window schedule
It's
included.
not on the application page, and the application page is what we signed, so we had a hard
Mr.
time
Hadley.
getting there.
Yeah,
What do we got?
That's why
we don't have much.
Oh, really?
we just
Roof
wanted it
pitch.
filled out.
All right.
10, so there.
That's what the drawings say.
Just, I
Oh,
mean,
it's like a
I'm quickly
prefab.
looking at it, not only does it tell you the shingle, but it tells you the color and the manufacturer.
Trim color.
This is,
Here, let,
okay.
What we saw 2 weeks,
Alright.
3 weeks ago.
Can
Sorry.
we not have three
filled out.
Yeah.
conversations or whatever?
Linda, thanks. We'll take it from here. Is this prefab?
Semi.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, do
Yes.
we have a trim color, sash color?
You don't have one?
No.
the sash says sandtone.
Sandstone,
Right, because it's, they're Harvey
Trim.
windows.
The trim doesn't say.
What's it
Natural.
trim?
Natural.
Natural, okay.
Roof,
Roof color says says architectural but no color.
It's black,
Black.
Certain XT25s.
Okay.
What's the pitch
The
It's
roof
on
pitch
there,
is
it
10
says
and
10.
12.
on the application page?
it's 10 now.
Well, you can fill it out as 10 and 12. It shows up on the
Double
drawing.
hung windows, SDLs.
Well,
I do have a
definitely-
question.
Go.
Cause I'm looking at the locus and then I'm looking at this. Does this this way doesn't go all the way through? That's on the locus. It doesn't show on here. It looks like it's just as drive. And for me, it's significant because if the way is right here, we can see certain things more than we can't. You know what I mean? So it shows there's a road that goes.
That's been abandoned.
Okay. That's all I want to
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Do you want to continue, Val?
Aside from the transom, and I agree with the doors being board and batten, I think it's fine.
Thank you. TJ?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, are the doors natural as well?
Yes.
That's the right answer. TJ?
So I agree with what Val just said, board and batten doors and no transom. Question on the window panes. Is the main house have the same 1/1 configuration on the windows? Or is it something else?
I don't think it's provided, I can provide a picture if you'd like.
Height now.
Yeah, that would be great.
Well, the other thing we can do is we can,
Either
just,
Anderson,
13.4.
if we wanna move it along, well, Anderson or
you
whatever,
want
Yeah.
all
we
ones?
can say,
To
what?
match the house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll just condition it that the windows in the shed will match the pane configuration of the house.
Sounds fair.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, John,
Yes, my other comment is that the north elevation, which is possibly visible from the road coming in off of the way, and it's gonna be facing towards the road, is the vinyl.
we're
trim.
gonna get rid of, I think it's a consensus view. We're gonna get rid of that transom, John,
Yeah. Actually,
and we're just gonna
Oh,
make
I
those,
see.
we're gonna,
put a full light across.
well, no window at all. And then the doors, the garage doors, are just gonna be vertical board batten doors, okay? All right, so, sounds like
Motion
we
to
all,
approve through staff with the transom going away,
right,
whatever's missing on the application to be filled in the office, and,
Window to match.
windows to match the house. Window
yeah.
colors and or
Can be
configuration.
seen.
Can you just say
Yeah,
that
but
again?
the other thing was the doors.
Okay, window pane configuration to match the existing house, and the doors to be batten, just plain batten.
The garage doors,
Right,
or whatever.
And what about, and doors be batten?
yeah. Natural to leather.
Good,
Through
that's a great
staff.
motion. Okay, all those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Thanks, Chris.
Linda, it's all yours.
Yeah, right, Linda.
What number is that?
Okay, that was 10, John, but now we're gonna go and hear our 8 Chester Street.
John, I have a bunch of packets that should still be strapped to Chester.
These packets?
Yep.
I saw something just like that down on
Didn't you, just hang off a house
Chester
down
Street,
there
yeah,
That's what it was made for.
on two sides?
yeah.
Oh, do we have enough info on this one?
Okay,
And I have some more.
Look at all the trees you killed for this.
is this the one?
Yeah. I took a picture of it.
You got enough pictures in there in your packets,
Oh, wow, yeah, 2.
bunch of pictures.
Hmm.
We, after the last meeting, we went and switched
Hey,
companies.
you know what, sorry to, interrupt. I just wanna make sure, yes,
John.
John the board,
Oh,
cause this has been heard.
This is the board. Yeah.
let me just double
I hope
check.
so.
You guys were the only people here last week.
That's
So we
correct. And do you wanna see plans of the house, drawings or pictures of the house, or
No.
this is what you have?
I think we're all very familiar with the house.
We, switched companies. We were with Farrow and Ball,
Okay.
which the colors were a little bit more muted, softer.
Mhm.
The last time we went to Benjamin Moore off the historical board
Okay,
right here.
yeah,
The historical palette says a selection of 191 of the most popular colors documented from 18th and 19th century homes
mhm,
throughout North America. We tended to stay with colors that were on the approved list that we've already worked with. Hamilton Blue, I believe.
Okay.
This is, they've changed the name of this. This is Booth Bay Gray, Covington Blue, and this is the off-white. We're not going stark white, this is the off-white.
okay,
And then I did a canvas, you have several pictures in here, of the other three, clearly the other three Victorians on Broad Street. I have more pictures here of the other Victorians I took this afternoon, so I didn't have time to make multiple copies. Every single one of the Victorians and 95% of the formal houses that have clapboard, no matter what color clapboard, are white trim.
did you take the one of the the thing on Fair Street?
Yeah, you'll see that, it's back in its
Okay.
own packet there. That's the only one that is not white trim,
Which one?
not the purple one. The one that, the Nortons did,
Oh, that's not the
that you
one
get a
I'm
picture
talking
in there.
about.
I
I'm
took a
talking
picture
about the
of the
one that's-
purple one,
Yeah,
and that's white trim, go figure. But the rest of it's purple, varying colors of purple.
okay. There you
So,
go.
some of these have 8 colors, some have 5 colors, most have 4 colors.
Wow.
The accent colors are a lot of times the same colors as sash. What's odd, and I forgot about this until I looked at all these, all of the Victorians except one have a sky blue beadboard porch roof.
Yeah,
That was
That's
part
very
of the Victorian
typical.
thing, they're very pretty. Ours has one, the two of them on Broad Street, the two originals, not the Brady House, have it. The one the Nortons did has that sky blue.
There's the one.
Yes, we're not talking about that purple one, but even that has 4 colors, but it's white trim. We're not going back to dark brown trim, which was very popular over 100 years ago. Even the Congregational Church was that ochre colored clapboard and dark brown trim. They are now all white.
I may be getting you something you already have, but I'm just.
Not sure.
So this is where we are now. This color is used on Nantucket. This color is on a lot of the clapboard. We didn't want to go stark white, so we went to a more tonal white, and the green is the accent color.
Now,
That's the existing.
Linda, refresh my memory, because you have the, what's not showing up there is that red. The red's staying, right?
No,
Oh, the red's
No.
not staying.
where it's red
Yes,
it's the window sash and the details up in the
and
brackets.
the, and the doors, of
That's
course.
going to be this.
Got it.
We're gonna stay darker than the rest, which is what it is
Okay.
now.
All
The
right.
clapboard's going to be the gray. The trim is gonna be
The
the
clapboard's
off-white.
gonna be the gray.
Gray, the trim is gonna be the
Yes.
off-white, and the accents up where there's a darker, sort of a muddy color. There's a line around the windows, and then up under the eaves, the brackets are that color at the moment, are gonna be the green. So this blue accent will show up on the green. What you're looking at right there, Ray, that is a darker muddy color. And the red dots, the down almost in those brackets, it's gonna be the dark, that matches the window
The-
now, it's gonna match the
Hamilton
window then.
blue.
Yeah,
Right.
So that yellow muddy color becomes the green.
yes,
The green, which is actually called blue.
Covington blue,
Covington green.
which we have on
Yeah.
a lot of doors.
And so the eaves, they're going to be white,
Yes.
correct? All, like this whole profile here will be white, except for the brackets,
Right,
which will be the green, and those little dots on there will be the darker
Blue.
blue.
we're staying
Yes.
exactly, everything is staying exactly the way, that's why I was so detailed on the drawing.
Got
So
it.
you'd have a key as to what was going where.
Yep,
It matches every single thing on the house, all the details are staying exactly the same, the colors are changing, except for the top rail on the side and on the front, that's all gonna be white. Most of the
top
houses are white,
rail of the handrail.
of the handrail.
So everything else is pretty much, you could color key it,
Yeah.
substitutions.
Absolutely.
Right.
We wanna maintain all the decorative, aspects of it. With
Mhm.
already approved colors off the wall.
Okay. Well, that was a very thorough explanation, thank you.
They want the dark trim. They're
Huh?
wrong,
Who,
but they want the
HSAP?
dark trim.
No, I understand, and that's why you presented this thing that showed that all the Victorians, except for one on on Fair Street,
Are
have
white.
white trim.
And if you go down Orange Street, I went down Orange,
Actually, it says, interesting, it says with deeper hues and tones, which you did because you
We
switched paint colors, or paint
paint
manufacturers.
manufacturers. I went down Orange Street, Union Street, and Fair Street, and 95, if not 99% of the clapboards all have white trim. So the dark
Right.
trim sort of faded out at the turn of the last century.
Yeah, I gotta tell you
It was
too.
kinda
I mean,
ugly.
I'm
not
fine
supposed-
with this.
I'm
I
not
would
supposed to
motion
let
to approve
personal,
as
okay,
she's
I'm
amended
ready.
the colors.
I'm gonna hold your motion just for a second.
I gave you enough info.
Okay,
Mr.
the motion was to approve as submitted, but I wanna make sure that everybody, so John, right there, that board is the colors that they're using. And those are all Ben Moore historic, from the historic color collection. In fact, could you tell John again, that's Hamilton blue,
Hamilton
so
blue.
that's a, HEC approved color.
What?
The
That's
white,
Hamilton blue.
Hamilton blue, what we paint front doors.
Big gray.
Booth Bay
Booth Bay
gray,
gray, another approved color, and that.
Covington blue,
Covington blue.
and this is called
So,
Calma.
like, for example, John, if you look at the thing, this one, yeah, this is the house we're talking about. This is the center board, right? And so, where you see the dark green is going to be white, like where his hand is. That's all the trim. The clapboard is going to be the gray, like that. The sash, which are red now, are going to be the Hamilton blue.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
thank God is right. And the last one, that sort of greenish color. See this kind of yellowish brown? That's going to be that green. That's the
You're
proposal.
using 4 colors.
Four,
Just four, John.
just
That's a
four.
blessing.
Hmm?
That's a blessing, because I look at one here that's
Oh, they got like 8
Yeah.
colors on
Hey
it.
Linda, what
I look at
about
one
the
here.
lattice?
got 8 colors.
Gray, match the gray.
And to me, if there was 8 colors we put on this building, I would tell you what.
Crazy.
I would tell you the
Yeah.
waterboard should be called the kaleidoscope.
Motion to
Yeah. It
approve
would
with
not
the
be
amended
attractive.
colors.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if we can have Linda come in the office and amend those on the application.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and I've got the colored
All right.
chips in the car,
If you can submit those, that would be.
and I'm gonna clip the colored chips too.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to approve this with the colors as amended at this meeting, or as shown on your board, which Linda will do.
I've
Okay.
got a million pictures.
If there's no further discussion on
one
this,
in
I'd
there.
like to, what do we call that?
Pass it?
No,
Motion to approve?
No, all those in favor of
I-
Val's
I'm not sure
motion?
what-
Aye.
Yes.
I think These 4 colors,
Yes.
they're conflicting colors in my mind. Okay.
Oh,
supposed to be.
I think it's gonna look a lot more kinda together than the thing right now with the red trim. Honestly, John,
Just
trust me,
Colors on the application.
trust me on this one. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
And provide.
John, are you,
I'm opposed.
you're opposed? Okay. Okay, there we go. That does it for old business. Thank you for the thorough
I'm still
presentation.
here.
Oh, yeah, you're still here.
Another stupid HVAC Trump.
Okay. Okay, so this is new business, so everybody's on all the rest of these.
I haven't seen it for a while, I just heard about
You haven't seen it yet?
it. No, I just heard about it.
HSAT,
It's ridiculous.
let's see. New doors will be visible, this is on the east elevation, by the way,
Visible?
folks. Hang on, let me just read,
Yeah.
and
They
then you
obviously
can
don't know
present.
what you're talking about.
New doors will be visible, off-angle picture is deceptive. Deceptive. South elevation, new doors will not be visible. They said they won't be visible, okay, so that was that.
Here,
Alright,
here's the house. Y'all remember this house? The doors that they're talking about are back here behind the trees and the 6-foot fence and the $100,000 worth of landscaping that's coming in.
how come the picture that I'm looking
Because
at
you
is
got an
different
older
from
picture.
yours?
That's before we put this in. You guys approved a very elaborate, and a fire pit
Okay, alright,
in the
so,
front yard. This is what the fence looks like now, but all the screening's going in the spring.
do I have a copy of that picture?
No, there's one of them in there should be close to that, but here's one.
Alright, so rather than get hung up on the picture and all that stuff, why don't you just tell us what you're doing?
They're replacing a 4 14-light doors. I've never seen these doors before. In the side of the living room, which is on the south side, this side, facing the yard, so you can't see them anyway. And the transom's getting replaced in kind, no change to that. So we're replacing it with 6 lights, which matches the 6/2s there.
So if I look at your site plan, it says replace clear light sliders with pair of 6 light French
4.
doors.
Yeah, there's gonna be 4 across. I know it says 2, I fixed them on some of them. You see
I
the,
think
go
I
to
just
the,
saw a picture.
yeah,
of it.
go to the next,
This right
go to the
here.
picture.
Yes.
Are you getting rid of the shutters, like the,
Yeah, they wanna take those off, they're rotting and they're just sort of not useful anymore,
okay.
All right,
but you can't
So-
see
that was one
any
thing.
of them.
And it says replace pair of 14 light French doors with pair of,
Again, it's
6
4.
lights.
I changed the application, they're 4 and 4. There are 4,
are both,
4, they're gonna look exactly like that, except the other one doesn't have a transom.
okay. The other one meaning this one.
That one has the transom, that one.
This one has the transom, this
That
one
one
does
does
not.
So they're all gonna be this, Linda, the 6 light
Yeah,
instead of the barn?
the barn is a garage door. There's a slider behind the barn, which is less than attractive, shall we say? So the slider's coming out, the barn doors are coming off. But you can't see anything from anywhere.
So on the east, there's no transom, is that right?
Yes, no transom.
Okay.
Exact same door, but without the transom. We have a pretty low ceiling in there.
You know, Hawkeye, John can see it. You're in
I
trouble.
stand on top of my car. Which he used to do.
What do you think, John? You ready?
Yes, I'm gonna follow it. The visibility, and I have in my own mind, because I grew up in that area of town, some of it.
There's a picture of the front.
Yeah, right, this is from there. But I'm looking towards the, plot plan here. Locust plan.
Yeah,
109, Mrs. Unica's house is here.
Yep.
And those things are going right there under the 4242.3. And between the two houses, I think we're gonna see these 4 units. And I think they're, too modern for that area.
There,
It'll be way too modern and visibility.
where are you viewing that from, John? Are you viewing it from Gardner or from Maine?
Sorry?
What you just said, are you looking from Main Street or are you looking from Gardner? Main
there's a
Street.
fence, there's 2 fences
Well,
there.
just hang on a second.
I'm just saying that, that's my opinion on that. I don't think 4 of those in the style are good for him. And I think like that, if they stand out, and they shouldn't be put in old buildings.
John,
Okay,
there are 4,
here, let's
4,
just,
4 there already.
let's just go around the table.
There are 4 there already, we're just changing the door out.
Where's the picture of them?
They went that way.
Does anybody have the picture of that, is that the east elevation?
Yeah. It should be in that group,
So,
or attached to it. You have to actually go on the property to get them.
right. Oh, John,
You can see, yeah.
yeah. That's that side you're talking about.
Right, yes.
They're already there.
Yeah.
They're just 14 light instead of 6 light.
Well, no, I'm saying the style, this is 6 light, right?
Yeah.
I think it should be, if you do anything in there, you should put 2 15 lights instead of these. This is a modern design, these 6s are. They're not around the old historic area a lot.
I don't believe they're visible. There are 2 other fences between Main Street and
My
this,
opinion,
Yeah.
as well as screening, which you guys already
We're gonna go around.
You guys already approved the
Val,
screening.
you ready?
Yep. I'm
Go
good with
for
it. No concerns, I don't think
No
you'll see it.
concerns. Okay. How about you, TJ?
I was
Larson?
just considering what John said, and I don't mind the large 6 light panes because they match the bottom sash of the double hungs, the pane
Yeah.
size. So I think I'm good with the application.
Yeah, I am too. And I mean, if there's any visibility at all, it's gonna be super limited. Okay, Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay,
As
as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
CJ, you in?
Yeah,
I think you are. And John, are you opposed? Okay.
I think they're gonna be good. It's too late.
Well,
Well, if
I don't
they
think we can,
are, oh.
I don't think we can see the ones that are there now.
Right.
Yeah.
You didn't see him?
No.
Where'd you look from?
Main
I'm not
Street.
gonna question you. You say you saw him.
Street.
Yeah.
Okay, I get to go.
All right, okay, so that's that, you're out of here. Okay, next up, 92 Washington, Great State Property.
I was confused when I went to look at this because
Garden.
the new house was on view and I couldn't imagine what was happening with the old house, like. But now I see it's demo.
Can I have your name for the record?
Joe Daimler.
Joe what?
Daimler, Deimler.
And you are.
And Scott Hutton.
Okay, I think that has all the signatures. So right now, we're reviewing a demo move off at 92 Washington. This isn't that same property that.
We did the garage guest house
Yeah.
like a year and a half
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
That's it.
What can you tell us about the main house?
So the existing house was built in 1965. It's a fairly less than attractive sort of build.
Do you have any photos of it?
Yes.
I mean, I should
Some
know what it
floating
looks
around.
like. I see that.
There was an identical house in the neighboring property out to the west that was demolished in order to build, I don't know the number of the dwelling.
Number of the adjacent home.
Yeah. There were two identical houses.
I believe that was probably the building at 90 Washington Street, right next door. So it's sort of a proto salt box almost, but not really. There's a shed dormer in the back to give it 2 stories. In the front, it's 1 story. The windows, some of them are basically on the floor on the 2nd floor. You can see that on the side
Yeah.
elevations. In the back, there's large picture windows. There's a sliding glass door on the side facing the yacht club. So the fenestration is a little bit all over the place. The front facade is fairly stark, very small windows, to no windows at all.
Front meaning the Washington Street side?
Yes, Washington Street side. And one of the biggest issues is with it right now is the site has significant wave action. And the floor joists have significant rot as well. We actually have a letter from Toscana Corp basically saying that to move the house would require it to be chopped into 3 pieces, and with the structure being so rotted, that's really not feasible.
What's not visible?
No, not feasible.
Feasible.
See, John, they want to demo or move off this house down on Washington Street. And apparently the floor level is way down, well, you know, it's right down by the water, and so I guess the floor joists are rotten. So they'd have to cut out the floor joists in order to move it. Well, what we always do, and you guys frankly are gonna have to do this too when you get to the level of the building department, is advertise this. And so if anybody wants to move it, you have to give them the opportunity to do so. So we always approve it as a demo / move off
Okay.
for that reason. Okay, folks, what do you think? TJ?
I'm fine with it. It should be, amended to be approved as a move
Move off,
/ demo, so.
Oh, is it applied for just as a
Just
demo?
as a demo,
yeah.
Or approve it as a move demo? Alright.
Classical Nantucket house.
Yeah, I believe it. You want it rotten. And so Val?
I'm
you're-
fine with
you're
it.
okay? John?
I think the Geely family built this one, not wrong.
Oh, That sounds right.
Boat yard family.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was the name, yeah, both houses, there were two identical,
Right.
there was one right next to it,
This is,
but that one was demolished.
this is for the demo, right?
Yeah, this is a demo move off, John.
I don't think it has any significant, relationship to the whole historic district area of, architecture. It's just too modern, I would say, in my opinion.
You know,
The big picture windows like that.
it has huge
Love
picture
picture
windows.
windows. Picture windows are going extinct.
Save the picture windows. You're okay then, John. I think we can entertain a motion for demo move off.
So moved.
Thanks. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, one down. And now we're gonna see our new dwelling. Okay, this is from Historic Structures Advisory. Lots of railing, awnings to hoppers, as presented. Pergola natural to weather.
Okay.
There we go. There should be. Too much glazing on the north side. Second floor deck, single door with larger flanking windows. Front door, different side light configuration. That was the comments from HSAB.
Well, you know what my first comment's gonna be.
Well, I can only tell you when I open up my drawings. So let's see.
We require some sort of documentation from an engineer or surveyor saying what the
Oh, yeah.
FEMA height,
yes, you're raising the building.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. do
So
have
we need
from-
that,
Alright.
cause everyone comes in and says, we need to have
Sure.
6 feet off the ground, and we wanna know what it is now,
Yeah,
what it has to be,
Yeah, so just get us a
and
survey plan.
you're showing the first floor as elevation 10-2.
right, and it's 9, I think 9.2 is the underside from Blackwell for the
Okay.
required clear.
So we just
Yeah, we
need
have that letter.
something.
Yeah, just a verification of the numbers that you already have on
Yeah.
here. So you do have FEMA zone,
Yeah.
elevation 9.0, first floor finish, elevation 10.2. Right, so just have Jeff Blackwell
Yeah.
get us a plan that says that. All right, as long as you're on it, Val.
Okay, I think the house is a terrific design for the area. Can we make the lattice vertical and horizontal as opposed to diagonal? And what was the comment about the front door? I didn't,
Let me see. Something about the side. Oh, I know what they're talking about. Well, so it's a little odd because ordinarily the side lights want to end at the lock rail where the doorknob is, but you've got sort of a. Let me say this a
you got
different way.
a bungalow style door,
We,
craftsman
yeah. Those two things
are
are not really compatible. Also, as a general rule, we do either glass in the door or side lights, not both. And so if you want the side lights, you would go with a more standard opaque wood door, right? And the other thing about the side lights is we never really have them going all the way down. It's usually the 3 top, then it ends at the lock rail, and then the bottom piece is a panel. All right? So that was that. But continue, Val,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I agree with the awning windows becoming hopper. Are these, wood sash, true divided light? Okay.
Or simulated.
It says SDL,
Oh,
so in the old historic
we are in the OHD, right?
district, if we had Yes.
Right.
Yes, we are,
Of
yeah.
course we are. Okay, so,
And aside from that, I agree with them on the second floor, if you could make that one door and then 2 windows, but for me, the glazing underneath the porch, you're not gonna read like
you
it
say-
looks in the
could
picture.
you say that again, Val?
They suggested 1 French door on the top and 2 windows as opposed,
yeah,
so it's
yes.
not so heavy.
Right.
But I think that underneath the porch is fine for glazing.
But did they say anything about
They
it?
thought it was too much. And that's my comments.
Oh, right, the general rule, it says too much glazing north side. You're correct, they did say that. Okay, thank you, Val. How about you, TJ?
Yeah, I agree with Val. In general, it's a very nice, suitable design for the area. On that front, flanking the front door, those awnings, Val asked if they could become hoppers. I was gonna add to that, if they could become double hungs, that would probably be even more preferable.
Where are you, TJ?
But the windows flanking the front door,
Oh,
if
those.
those could become
Yeah.
double hung.
Oh, like 3/3s?
Is there anything?
Yeah, or 6/1, or,
Yeah, we have a stair.
yeah, I figured it was a stair issue.
There's a stair out the bathroom, yeah.
Okay.
Fake window.
And then I was also gonna add that on your north elevation, one of the things we like to see is they're slightly off the meeting rails of the windows in the dormers to align with the eave of the main roof. So if you went with like one size taller of a window, like the 4/1, it would just align a little bit better. Next comment would be if we could change those 4/1s to 6/1s. And the pergola is called out as Quaker gray. If we could maybe make that natural to weather cedar.
That was an HSAB comment.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
You're okay with that, right?
And other than that, looks good. Thank you.
All right. How about you, John?
Now, B's and D's windows have already been touched, so they should be double hung more or less. The only thing I'll say is, that, look, seeing the west elevation towards the street, that door is, I find, if it's just a one panel there under the 6, I find it could be difficult for the rest of the ACC area as well. I've got a lot of thought on these doors, and I agree, it's a nice looking door.
Oh, so we're gonna leave it to them to decide. Either they keep the side lights
Yeah.
and make the door all wood, no glass, or they keep the glass in the door and get rid of the side lights. You know, one or the other.
I agree.
Okay.
What I was just gonna say. Okay, that's just fine, you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that my fellow board members have covered anything that I would have had to say about this. So, a couple of little revisions, we're good to go.
what about the SDL windows?
Okay, so that's an interesting question. Because we don't use them in the OHD. Now, this building is a distance away from the road. Do I remember,
We have in the past approved SDLs on the sides we can't see. So
right,
the facade facing the street, if that was true divided light with storms or whatever, and
right, because in order for you guys to meet the energy code, I think, there's a couple of things.
Yeah.
Just doing it that way, I don't think you're gonna meet the code, particularly on the north side. We can also write this board can write a letter that exempts you, because you're building within the historic district, to use, to not meet the energy requirement. in terms of insulation and all that. We write them all the time for old buildings, but we can also write them for new buildings because they happen to be in the old historic district.
We thought that the garage was passed with simulated, but we'll check the
Okay.
file.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you know, it'd be another thing to,
I thought
you know,
that it was.
if it wasn't, if it was built, we should, you know, go down and take a look at it and see
Yeah.
whether you can actually tell that
but
they're
that may have been
SBL.
an oversight like
Well,
this,
it
like it
certainly
said
could've
wood
been.
windows
Oh,
and,
I found another one on Mill Street. I was driving up and there's this house, it's fantastic 5-bay house. I looked at it, I was like, I think those are SDLs.
that beautiful blue building on Main Street, the Victorian.
No,
Yep,
you're kidding me.
nope.
Wow, okay. So there are your options.
Okay.
But not a.
Just so you were
change.
clear though, if what the public can see from the street is true divided light, we have in the past, because of this reason
Yeah.
and making the energy code, let the rest of the windows be SDL that face away.
Okay,
John, you got anything?
did somebody make a motion on this?
Motion to hold for some revisions.
John beat you. All those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Okay,
Okay, thank
all
you.
right, thanks.
Thank you.
See you next time. Here, you can. Okay,
Lindsay's not here.
Lindsay's not here.
He's hoping to be heard on Thursday, if there's a Thursday meeting.
Is there?
Motion to hold for representation.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Was there talk of a Thursday meeting?
I hope not.
I mean, it's posted.
All right.
Oh, that's number 5 too, that Lindsay was
Is
on.
Jeff here? Jeff is here.
Wait, which are we talking about?
4 and
Lindsay is being held, number
4
5.
and 5.
Oh, he's both,
Yeah. All right, so you did a motion for 4, how about one for 5?
Motion to hold 5 for representation.
Thanks, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Hello, Jeff. How's it going?
Very well, thank you.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. So you want a fence?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay. Little bit from HSAP. It says site plan missing. Type 2 appropriate with type 2 gate. In swing. So. Oh, I see what they, I think I see what they mean, like,
Where's the fence going, Jeff? Is it replacing what's there?
Yes, right. May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
yeah, please, go ahead.
As you see in the picture, they have the pointy picket fence. They want to change that fence to the type 2 cap picket, which is
Okay.
2 floor doors down anyway, so that's pretty
Well,
common.
it's readily approvable, yeah.
And as you can see, they have a solid white gate now. And they want to kind of keep that style.
This
but-
little curvy thing I'm looking at here, that?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
that's it.
oh, yeah.
That's
okay.
what's there now.
Okay,
Right now, they want to keep the same size, but they want to, which I'll show you the picture in a minute, they kind of want to put a little decoration inside
saw
there,
it, yeah.
which I took a picture of, you'll see in a minute. Yeah, like that, but smaller.
Oh.
Just kind
Uh,
of like the top half.
just that, and then the rest would be just board,
Yes,
rather than this panel and everything?
well, if that's all I can get for that style, yes, that would work well.
Well, I think once you start panelizing this and
It'll
everything, you
get
ain't gonna
too
have much
small,
of a panel
right.
there.
So then, if approved, I would go with your recommendation if that was where you were headed. If not, they'll keep the gate the way it is.
Okay. I'm gonna try and simplify this one. I can't imagine anyone has any objection
No.
to taking the fence.
The gate
and
though's a
turn-
little weird.
So the fence, just to get it off the table.
Yep.
We'll get-
A-okay.
Fine.
Yeah, type
Yeah.
2 picket, fine, okay? Now, the gate, you know, this gate is, the current gate is a little bit of an anomaly. Is there any room for that openness that Jeff's talking about? I think that the example photograph is a little bit like over the top in terms of, you know, the hinges and the panel and all that stuff. This is nice and simple.
I was wondering if maybe we could just do a curved type 2 picket gate instead of the panel. You know, which is, you know, not the same, exactly what you're.
You know, I have seen them around. What do you think, John?
Well, if you're gonna have a picket fence like in the photo here, the new design, then it should, the gate should be matching, so that it's a one continuous line through the whole thing.
So he wants to take that picket fence and turn it to a type 2. You're okay with that, right?
Yeah, now, my only question is, when you go down, looking at the photo, going from the big tree on the right to the next tree, and there's a little post there, is that the end of the property?
That's not,
That's just
that's
an
an example.
Oh,
That's the kind of fence I wanna put up. That's not the
But
property,
that's-
sir.
And what I'm asking is just the end of the property, right there.
But no, that's not even their property that you're reviewing, sir. That's just the style of fence that they want, which is,
They wanna put it in the spot.
so, this is the fence right here. They wanna put
Okay,
this kind of fence
right.
on their property. This is two doors down, so that I was just taking a picture that there was, so that we match the fence in the neighborhood.
This fence is not existing, or it is.
It is, it's two doors down from the property.
that's a type 2
Oh,
fence that he
yeah,
wants to
that-
bring
all
to
right, I
his
just wonder where it
property.
ended, so that it
Yes,
might
sir.
match the one next door.
What about the gate?
The gate should be a typical match of what's there, you know, with a cap on it. I would say, you know. you got it
So
all
John wants a straight gate. TJ's made a suggestion about having the type 2 but having it curved. You have any opinion on it, Val?
I think if they're gonna keep the gate that they have, which I think is preferable to this one,
Yeah.
just because this is not anything ever that I've
That
seen.
it's a
I would like to see, well, it would have 2 posts, so never mind. If they were gonna keep the gate that they have. If not, I like that idea of making it a little,
Sort of a compromise,
Yeah.
you know.
okay, so I think that your options here, approvable options are obviously you can keep the gate the way it is, right? If they want the curve. Or you can, I think you would get support for having the curve as a type 2. As
think they'd
opposed
go for
to,
that?
So, real simple, I'd like to, if you would approve it, type 2 fence, keep the original gate. If they, and I will present your opinions to my clients, and if they wanna change their minds, then we can come back.
Okay,
sounds fine.
sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Motion to approve the fence changing to type 2 picket, keeping the existing gate.
very good. All those in favor?
Good night,
Aye.
thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Jeff. Nice seeing you. Alrighty, 17 Miller's Lane.
Hello.
Hey there.
Have your name for the record?
Tommaso Conti,
Can you spell that? Oh, I'm sorry,
T-O-M-M-A.
oh, I'm sorry, it's here, I apologize.
Thanks, John. Oh,
Actually, this might help.
that's that little sort of spur that comes off there.
Yeah, it's, if you want to pass these out, this is, shows you where his,
What are these?
those are just the distances from,
Oh, I see.
yeah, from,
Got it.
public
Now,
ways.
isn't there like a road that sort of heads off diagonally and there's a couple of houses on there?
No, it's all vacant land all around. It's 6 lots, and the one I'm looking at is, right behind the land bank there.
But
John,
there is
that's
talk
another-
of opening this road all the
You
way
mean
through,
that
isn't
Miller,
there?
Miller
Yeah.
Lane? Is this the old, brick house that they just demoed?
No, that's further
Jesus, I'm
west.
getting it all wrong.
Yeah. So that actually on GIS, Miller Road ends where the last house is, and
Right
that's
here?
all land bank.
What is?
Basically, from here you can actually see where it ends. This is all land bank.
Really?
So I have utility and access easement through this lot right here to get to 17.
Interesting. Okay.
And that easement,
So basically, as a member of the public, you can't, like, once you get here, you stop.
yeah, it's landlocked.
It is now, but there has been talk about opening that.
You're aware, this is the land bank land?
The town has talked about opening it and putting affordable housing there.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were moving
Yeah.
buildings onto. What?
The Old South Road.
The old South Road end is affordable housing.
Right.
Yeah, haven't they already moved a couple of buildings there?
4 or 5 houses.
Yeah.
Not this part though.
Yeah, that stretch, that's only 40 feet wide, right there, where Miller ends.
Alright, well, why don't we review this, it's a one-story house after all.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a scale?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, John. Thanks. What are your colors on this?
So it's natural trim, red cedar wood,
Oh, I see, black sash.
black sash. Yeah.
Same for the doors.
Same
Black.
for the Anderson doors, yeah.
Mhm. Anybody want to start?
I would like to just investigate what these other properties are before
Sure.
we make a decision.
Okay.
'Cause
Can
there
you,
is-
are there anything specifically that you want to tell him about the design?
Well, so the south faces the street, right?
There's really no road there though, it's just an easement.
I know, and I'm sorry, it's not that I don't believe what you're saying, it's just that in the back of my mind, I feel like I've heard something's gonna happen over here, and I just wanna,
Yeah,
because
I mean,
it
that
is,
would help me out.
it is very different. I
Yeah.
mean, your backyard is facing the street, and then the north, which would face Old South Road, even though there's a lot in front of it, has virtually no windows on it, so it is different in that way. I appreciate the scale, it's very low lying. The chimney's a little bit big, but that would depend on visibility again. Does anybody wanna view it? No?
Okay.
View it?
That property, good shape, another couple of years.
I'm gonna put this in the perspective
Alan Holgate owned it.
Okay,
of Richmond. I mean, if Richmond came in with something like this, we'd get down on the ground and cry. We'd be so happy.
I don't think so.
No. Okay. So, but let's just say that you're correct, that south, the road will be opened up and you're gonna see this. What would you do to change it? The south elevation.
Maybe rotate the building.
Right.
Could we do that?
So there's 3,700 square feet of ground coverage on this lot.
Yeah.
And this is a 1,400 square foot footprint.
Yeah.
So essentially, this could be the guest house.
Right,
You know,
which is why it's in the back.
which is why it's in the back. Yeah.
I see.
That's why there's a big open space
Yeah,
towards the front.
all right. So, Val, do you have anything else you wanna add?
No.
And you're obviously welcome to view it. And do we need to get some information from somebody about the status of that easement?
I'd like to.
I wonder who we contact.
Plus,
Registry of Deeds.
Oh, wait. You said
It's
that-
registered. Yeah.
You said that the land bank owns that.
Well, no, the land bank owns where Miller Lane ends,
Right.
but there is an easement on that property.
No. What Val is saying though is that she thinks she had heard somewhere that that's gonna open up and that you'd be able to drive down and look right in.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So that would be something the land bank would be able to answer. Right? We can check it out. Yeah?
yeah,
You
I
got
mean,
an answer for me?
the house is fine in terms of massing, it's just unusual that it doesn't address any
Right.
street.
Right.
And if that ever was open and you drove by, you'd see a big fireplace and these big
Yeah,
doors.
French doors. It would be like you were looking at the back of the house. Were you
Right.
gonna say something?
Yeah, it was actually town meeting, I'm gonna say 11 to 13 years ago. That's when Jimmy Holgate was there and Paul was next door.
Yeah.
And went to town meeting, voted down taking over the land. And I-
Voted down taking the land.
Yeah, that was then, but I've heard in recent
Oh, they wanna try it again?
scuttlebutts, yeah. I don't know. We have to find out.
Alright, well, I think we can find that out. But.
But then
anything-
again, are you clearing the whole lot? Are you gonna leave,
No, there's trees there right now. It got cleared up a little bit, but there's natural vegetation that's gonna stay. I just didn't draw it that way.
okay.
DJ?
I agree it's gonna be a little bit odd if, it looks like we're looking at the back of the house from the road, but that's kinda, neither here nor there at the moment. I just have a couple, generally, it's cool, it's one story, looks sharp. I have a couple comments that might help you here is, I'm gonna come over here for a moment. Just your front entry porch looks a little funny to me because it's offset of the house a little bit. I was hoping we could trim that up here and just get rid of that portion of roof. And secondly, when we're looking at this, I was hoping you could put a post here and a post here to flank it so you don't have one at the center of it.
Sure.
And the rest is fine other than the north. Maybe maybe you don't have to, but it just seems like it's a little under fenestrated, not enough windows.
Yeah, this is the back of the kitchen wall, so I have
Right.
fridge,
Sure,
stove.
sure. Well, it's good you have the lattice on there then. Alright,
Cool.
that's it.
Okay, John, you ready?
The question that, the shed is also this plan, is it considered or is it separate?
It's in this plan, cause I have the condensers located on the,
Okay.
I have the condensers located in the back side of the shed,
Yeah,
so,
I see that, I know, you gotta run them all the way to the house.
yeah. Yeah.
But he doesn't have an application for the shed yet.
Oh, he hadn't filed it yet, okay.
No.
Got it. Very good, you got any, front door painted flat, but it's a six, four panel and
It's a 4
three,
panel.
thank you.
Is it, John?
Okay.
Okay, I have nothing to add other than one small thing. Could you please make the chimney cap more traditional?
Sure.
And that's it for me.
What was that, Ray?
Make the chimney cap more traditional.
Yeah, well,
Yes, John.
I see it on the, east elevation. Not a vent, like the outdoor shower,
That's, yeah, correct.
it's like a vent.
Oh, yeah, ooh.
I would check it.
Okay, so we wanna get some information from the land bank and, maybe some minor revisions, right? Somebody make that
So
motion?
moved.
Thank you. All those in favor of TJ's motion?
Aye.
Some minor revisions and some information about the land bank property.
Hold it.
Yeah, bold
Thank you.
revisions, yes. Thank you.
Alright, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Ladoro. Okay, so what's the down low on that piece of property there?
That's the first I've heard about,
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, hey,
above my pay grade. I will, pass the question on to Eric tomorrow.
oh,
It is
that would
land
be
bank.
really great.
It might be a situation like Hickory Meadow, which is actually the driveway easement, not actually a road. Hickory Meadow off Crooked Lane.
And I do recall
Oh,
when that was
really?
town-owned,
Yeah.
and it was a road
It's all
layout.
driveway.
Yeah.
That was 15 or so
Yeah,
years ago.
this was in more recent time though.
So what are we reviewing here?
We are asking for my name is Lee Darzola, I'm here representing the Nantucket Islands Land Bank. We are asking for an amendment from a previously approved, viewing deck and walkway, it's a change of materials. We are looking at installing grass paved 2, which is a sort of a plastic honeycomb underneath, so what you see is grass, but at the same time, it's a very durable and smooth surface and easily walked on. Main benefit is wheelchair access and ADA.
Right, so this is in lieu of, what did we approve as the surface before?
Actually, I believe the walkway was,
Proposed walking path,
yeah,
okay.
I wasn't quite sure. At one
It was a
point-
deck with a bench seat.
All I see is the bench in the photo.
The original approval was for the wooden deck with a bench seat. And we are changing and
Oh.
asking instead to use the grass pave for the walkway up. And then sort of that viewing area would be grass pave as well with a simple
Oh,
wooden
so
bench.
no wood deck,
No wood deck. Wood
it's
deck is
all
gone.
grass,
All grass pave.
got it. Wow, so I'm just curious, like, how will you be able to differentiate the grass that you're supposed to walk on from the grass that's like to the side of it?
I think it's slightly different in that the grass pave grass is a little shorter. The Wisconsin Golf Skinners has that. And you could just, it looks like a path.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
I walked it the other day. It just
Okay.
looks like a grass path.
So you know to walk there.
Yeah, the first time I walked on it, I didn't even know that it was grass pave. I just
Oh.
thought that's how you get up to the
Oh,
golf club.
interesting, okay. Any questions,
Motion
concerns?
approved.
There we go. Everybody good?
Yep.
All those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Aye, great. Easiest application of the night.
Thank you very much. I was surprised it wasn't on consent.
Does it come with those antique cars?
Actually, you can drive.
Big caterpillar-looking building, like the steel caterpillar.
Oh, on the fire truck too.
Thank you.
Hi,
Alright.
thanks.
Okay, let's see, how about, 14 Broadway? Hi there. How you doing?
Excuse me. Patrick, what is your last name?
McCarthy.
How do you spell that? McCarthy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here's from Sconset Advisory. It says recommend yes on historic determination. I guess you're looking for a historic determination.
Yeah.
Okay on window, okay on parging. Patrick McCarthy, Nantucket Carpentry Inc., present to discuss project. Oh, that was just me
Yes,
that you were there. Okay, so, what are we approving a historic determination on?
The chimneys.
Well, the change of the window.
Could you be, all right, so I'm looking at a window thing.
Yeah, the one that's clouded,
Yes,
it's an oddball window.
okay,
What we're proposing is to make it the same size of these on the
This
south
is-
gable.
this one,
There's three
which
of
is
them.
narrower,
Yeah.
okay. So we'll take it one step at a time. I can't imagine any of you have any objections to making that window narrower.
No.
Right? Okay, so that's good. Window in question, would like to match this one, got that. Okay, oh, to be parged.
To be rebuilt from the roof up and patched.
And so Sconset Advisory was okay with that.
Yeah.
Wow, is that a hole? Oh, no, that's a close-up view of, truck, yeah, okay. It looked like a hole in the roof. Okay, so, yeah. The last sheet, the last photo shows an example of a parged chimney on something similar.
Right across the street.
Yeah, exactly. So is it, everyone, any questions, comments on this one?
Nope.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
This is an existing window.
I think that might be the replacement window.
No, that is an existing window. What happened was we restored the building. We restored most of the windows. That particular window was unrestorable, so we've rebuilt it with antique glass and two individual lights and everything else. But it's the same size as the one we've replaced. But the owner thought, seeing as it's not an old window, and it never really was, could it be made the same size as the rest of them?
I think it'll look better.
It looks short.
This is proposed window.
Yeah, that's on the that's on the north gable, and we would copy that window exactly.
Are you
The
gonna
same
try to
profile.
save this, save these?
No, this window's in the other side of
You're gonna
the,
put one of these here. I don't know, you tell me.
Hey, John,
we're gonna
do you have this one?
replace this window.
Okay, so look at, just for comparison, see this window right here?
Right.
See how narrow it is? See how wide that is? He wants to take this window and make it narrower like that one, so that it matches the window on the other side of the building.
We're gonna make that window look like that. But that's
Which
an existing
also
window
looks
that we're
like
keeping.
this window right here. That window.
That's the window he's looking at.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is the historic determination a separate thing for like the energy?
Yeah,
Need
like,
that?
so what are you looking for historic determination for?
I guess for the chimneys, that we can take the chimneys down to the roof line and rebuild them.
That's not a historic determination.
Um,
A historic
on-
determination is,
the age of the
Well,
window?
were you here for the single glaze window
Yeah.
discussion?
I guess I can get a letter from the HCC exempting me from the building department for energy code.
Well, that we can do.
Yeah.
So you want that?
Yeah.
Right.
So I've talked
That's,
to Jim.
that's actually, so you have an application right now. What your application is for is to replace that one window that we just talked about and to take down those two chimneys, rebuild them and parch them.
Yeah.
That's what your application is for,
Yeah.
okay? So that's what John has just motioned to approve, okay? So we're gonna do that. Now, you need to do a separate application to have us identify this building as a historic building so that you can get the exemption from the energy code. That's a separate application,
Okay.
okay?
Well,
All right.
Mr. Chair,
What?
I can write that letter for the building department.
I would love that.
No question on this, this application.
So, do we need to do a motion to have you write that letter?
No, if that doesn't.
No? Okay. But now, so let's take a vote on John's motion, which is to approve this application as submitted. All those
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great,
Okay.
thanks.
Hey,
And you get your letter.
One more, we'll take a break.
What? Okay,
It's a short one.
yeah, Doug, you, go.
I brought, James Russell, Executive Director of NHA with me, Ed Rudd,
Oh, yeah,
Director
we've
of
met.
Facilities.
Nice to see you.
I'm Doug Seahall.
Excuse me,
Oh, the candle factory.
Ed, what's your last name?
Rudd, R-U-D-D,
And what's your position there?
Director of Facilities.
Okay, thank you.
All right, here's the recommendations from HSAB on this one. 12 light doors okay for shop, 12 light not appropriate for candle factory. So with that, Doug, you wanna just tell us what you're hoping to do? I can see you're trying to replace a couple of the doors, right?
3 doors.
Mr. Chairman, could I just preface Doug's remarks with some comments?
Of course.
Thanks. So I thought it might be helpful for the committee to understand what the NHA is trying to do in general, to put this request in context. And I would be delighted to talk about that now or set up a time later, given the lateness of the hour. I leave that to your pleasure. But only to say that we'll be coming in front of this body a number of times for changes, both at Broad Street and also at Hadlin House and Thomas Macy, and some of our other properties. We're going to frequency this spring, and I didn't want you to feel like we were coming in to peck away at projects willy-nilly, but rather to put them in a strategic context so you understood what the organization was doing and what the strategic direction of the organization is.
Okay.
Perhaps I could indulge you just for
Yeah.
2 or 3 minutes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just perhaps confine ourselves to the Broad Street campus. There are a number of changes presently underway which we hope will position the organization for a much larger project, perhaps 3-4 years down the line at Fort Wayland Lane.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You purchased that property.
We
right.
purchased that
Yeah.
property, correct. We have noticed increased demand for family-oriented activities. And so as such, and not to belabor internal machinations with what we're doing with gallery spaces, but we're essentially converting the existing gift shop into a family learning center with an indoor and an outdoor component, and you've been very good about helping us through with the fence and the little pocket park behind the existing gift store, and then converting the existing learning center into a gift shop. We're doing this for a whole variety of reasons. One is security. Two is we think it's gonna be able to serve our customers better. And three is to help flow in the organization. In addition to the switch in the gift shop and the family learning center, we're also looking to use more effectively the property around the museum. And for instance, this summer we're working on a very interesting exhibition with Stuart Johnson, and we're bringing about 10 of his sculptures on with the Artists Association, and it'll be a lot of fun. That's a project that we can talk about later because it's going to require some changes to the exterior and how we think about that use. And finally, before I pass it over to Doug specifically for this request, we'll also talk to you at some point about how we're reverting the Folger Museum, which currently has staff on the first floor, and converting that into a fine arts space to enhance the visitor experience. And the purpose of all of these changes, which we're systematically going through this year and running a little bit into next, is to prepare the organization for what we eventually do at 4 Wayners Lane. So it's in that context that we're trying to navigate through how best to use the property within the constraints which you know are important to obviously make sure that we can fulfill our needs, to make sure that the gift store is frequented, and also to make sure that the learning center is appropriately signed and with the proper entrances, etc. So in that light, we've got a number of recommendations, and would love your comments and feedback on.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Doug.
Okay. So I think the front of the candle factory, which I took a shot from a distance to give you a reference, like 6th page. Go back one more, I mean towards the front. Yeah. That's just to give you a reference to where it is on the building. The next one is existing. Now, this one I was having trouble with Photoshop, so I went for the black construction paper and white crayon to give an example of a 12 light in that space.
Okay.
The more, if you refer to the 2 pages I have that are paper clipped together, it's either the 12 light with 2 panels or a 12 light with a single. And that's what we'd like to use at all 3 locations. I did go back.
Yeah, it's funny, Doug. You're doing, I mean, I get the cut and paste thing. You did yourself a little bit of a disservice because your cut and paste almost makes it look like a 15 light, you know, I mean, because you're gonna have a bigger panel down here.
Right.
If you go with one of these doors than what your rendering shows. Anyway, continue.
Today, I took some time to go to our immediate neighborhood for 12 light doors. And because it was commented yesterday when I went to the meeting that they didn't think that a 12 light would be appropriate in that location. So what I've done, I'm willing to pass these out of photos that are in the, like literally 10 Broad Street, directly across from this
You
door.
can pass them around,
Okay.
but I'm pretty sure that everyone's pretty familiar with these. Oh, you got multiples, good.
Yeah.
Here you go, John. And I think it goes without saying that the reason you're making this request is that you want more visibility into the building, right?
Yes, because where we would like to have that 12 light is the new gift shop.
So
Right.
you're asking for the same door, but it's in a couple of places.
Yeah,
I think the gift shop and the side door, if I'm understanding this, cause there's like a bunch of different plans here, I think are perfectly fine. But on this very regal replica, isn't it, of an old building?
which.
No, it is the old building.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
even
no,
worse,
that's the
it's the
real-
old
That's the
building.
real deal.
I feel really strongly that this kind of door is inappropriate as a front door. I mean, you guys are the historic
I do, I mean,
go-to.
I hear what you're saying, but then I look at that door and I go like, is that real, is that
So I'm not
door-
saying no glass, but
Okay.
I'm saying this, these buildings are all little, you know, they're totally different from this particular facade.
Yeah,
And this has a much bigger, totally different style of architecture than this.
And I included the main entrance of the museum, just so I wasn't trying to hide it. It's really-
No, but I don't think those doors are appropriate here either.
Yeah.
you don't think that the doors that were used on the main entrance to the museum would be appropriate in this particular location,
Right,
the Candle House, right?
right.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. So these little drawings aren't completely accurate. They're just showing a pair of doors there right now.
Yeah, I used a drawing that we had from when we
Yeah,
did the
but
renovation.
that's the photograph that you
Yep.
showed us. It shows the single door with the two little
It
sides.
shows it as single.
And that's also the place where the gift shop is going to move, correct?
Yes,
And then the education center is moving where the gift shop is right
correct.
now,
Well,
right?
they're so secondary, but this is like its main. Could you take out the squares in the door and make those glass?
Say that again?
Instead of,
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
cause at least it harkens back to it was originally a door, as opposed to looking like the commercial end of it.
With all of the photos that the NHA has, and myself and the lead research librarian, we could only find one photo that kinda showed the front of the candle house, the candle factory. And at that time, it appeared to be late 1800s.
It was probably a batten door, do you
It wa-
wanna
it
go
was-
back to that?
It was two batten doors, yes.
I'm trying to work with you
Yeah.
here. I just
Yeah.
think this is not gonna do it, for me.
Okay,
But Val, you would be,
I
not
understand you
be
want
opposed to-
light in there,
yeah,
but I don't want the main door of this old building to look like the gift shop door and the learning center door.
Yeah.
It needs to have its own identity.
just to be clear, do you mean the current gift shop or the proposed gift shop? Because this is the proposed gift shop.
No, oh.
we've already made the switch. So what we all now think, what you all now think of as the gift shop, that's become
Oh, it already
it is the discovery room
Okay.
for the museum.
Excuse me. All right, but I just wanted to be clear. So That's your
Whatever
concern.
this door is.
Right.
So take that door, which is a 6-panel door, and put glass in
Even if you
Well,
did the top 4,
That's one person's opinion.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, she
They'll
was
outvote me.
suggesting that, okay, because I
Yeah.
want to go around the table. Did you have something that you wanted to say?
Yeah.
I do.
Well, hold on, John.
Oh,
Marcia Fader.
Marcia Fader, I have a couple questions, and I'm not looking and seeing what's there, but.
You're welcome to come up. Yeah.
But I think my first question is, what is the date that the building was built? And the second one is if there are lots of other precedents on the island for mid-19th century glazing on a commercial door, that you might be able to find some precedent. Certainly on Center Street, there are some good
Oh.
Great Revival commercial doors that have
Mm-hmm.
a whole different proportion in the lights that are in them, but they're strong. They're not like a residential door. They're very robust, and there may be something that would be appropriate, but I'm not really knowing what the date of
Well,
this
this is what they're
is.
showing, is what they
Because,
want.
I mean, I completely agree with this one opinion over here.
Yeah.
But it's a really important building and.
Yeah.
But I do think you could find something that would be historically appropriate.
agree.
And there would be a precedent here on the
Yeah.
island with some good doors.
Well, thank you, Marcia. I think that's a very good point. John?
yes. 12 light with a single panel
Yeah.
is more appropriate to the area if you're gonna have one. All right? And I think that having, give a little history, on the Whaler Museum itself, they changed all the doors over to white, okay? And because there's white sacks there. And years ago, where you got this thing above the door, this,
Lintel.
lintel, the, Adwin Barney, you know, for years. The Historic Association, maybe 35 years ago, Marine Lumber had a woodworking shop on their property, and they done public work. One of it, they made a fan, green fan, to sit, put over this, and they covered up history. And I didn't care for that happening, but all of a sudden, there it was. And this is what I don't wanna see happen again to this building. And the other one is, if you're gonna use this, now I can stand in front of the Whaler Museum, no, the next door to the Whaler Museum. Take a tennis ball and throw it, and I can hit 20 12 light
Oh, yeah.
doors
All
just
of
in a
it.
single area so close. And I can't say it's not an appropriate door, I can't say that. Because you've got so many we've approved already in the area. But if you do approve this, in my opinion, it should take and put it here, paint it all red, like the doors that are there. The doors are trying to red or tie in with the brick color.
That's what it used to be? Red?
Yes, yeah, no,
Back
the
before
green. The old one
Oh,
was
green.
green. Had a green door and a green fan up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying, if you're gonna approve something there, make it contiguous to the whole area, because you can stand right in front of the building and look around the circle. There's 20 photos right here.
Is it appropriate to the architecture? Is it appropriate to this architecture?
Yes.
And how does it tie in with the side lights?
Hey, let's not argue. Hang on. There, I want to hear from everybody.
You asked the question.
Yeah.
Go up to the Mooney Building. I guess we call it the Mooney Building, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to, yeah.
Go up there and look at the cellar entrance.
It's a 12 light
There,
door.
painted white, and stands right out against the brick. You know? So I'm just saying, that if you do anything, I think you should, well, we've approved 20 of them. Well, how can you say no, that it's inappropriate, other than being in a brick situation? That's the only thing I can say. It's just, if you're gonna do something, that's my opinion.
Okay,
Thank you.
John, thank you. TJ?
I like John's comment about painting it red. I think that would be cool. But what I'm looking at is you know, on the existing door with the side lights, kind of the rails of the doors line up with the rails of the side lights, and if you do a 12 light, which is like a 3/4 glass proportion, you get a rail that's lower than the rail of the side lights. So my comment is simply to, you know, do a half glass door. You know, I've sketched one in here. If you want to look at it, maybe a single panel on bottom with half glass, where everything lines up. And I think that, in a sense, is going to give the building a little bit of hierarchy too, where you have the 3/4 glass down on the end section, and then you transition to a half glass, which kind of ties in with the doors that are on the main part of the museum anyway. So I kind of think it would be a nice touch to, in some way, relate the doors to the candle factory to the doors on the
Gift shop.
onto the museum.
Museum.
Yeah. And I would go for red. I think that would be good. Kind of the Tristram's
I
red.
like that idea. All right.
That's a single light? Or is it?
I think it could be single light. What do you?
All right, so, let me ask a question. First of all, I think the good news of all this is that this entry is so abysmal right now that there's so many ways that this could be improved upon. Do you want to keep those existing side lights like the way they are? Was that the intention?
No, well, we're trying to be cost effective. But
Right, that's why I asked the question. So is this all about just replacing a door, or are we talking about that whole thing potentially? Because I see these
We
like
weren't
big,
looking at changing the fabric, we were just, looking at.
Just the
at
door.
At the door.
okay. Because if you're working with those side lights the way they are, and really, you know, they're kind of nothing to write home about, then I would be in sort of TJ's camp, where this door should be responding. See, if you take, actually, I think
His picture illustrates it perfectly.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know, that nothing lines up.
Yeah.
So if you're sort of resigned to the fact that you're gonna keep those side lights the way they are, then the door should respect that.
Swap it out for this door that they already have.
But I also like Marcia's comment about, you know, finding something on Main Street that, because she's definitely correct in saying that there's plenty, and John is too, that there's plenty of precedent for glass doors. I think the idea is to sort of make this separate, make it read differently than the door that you're, by the way, does anybody have any objection to having that door on what is, I guess, we all know of as the gift shop is no longer the gift shop? Because you're gonna switch that door out too, right?
Yeah, this door, this is the front,
would
would
become
become
a
a 12 light.
Right. Everybody's okay with that, because nobody mentioned anything about that one.
Right.
Painted red.
Yeah,
And red like the gift shop.
okay, so you
The
got the
former
thumbs
gift
up
shop.
on that. So, it sounds like you gotta come up with something that, will work with those existing side lights, and that would read different from everything else, and, respect the historic architecture that it's set into. I think that's the name of the game, and I too would be in favor of painting that door red.
And leaving the rest of it white?
The side lights might wanna go red too, I mean, you know, that's usually the way it works. I don't know, I don't like the white. Anyway. Is that enough to give you some direction?
Right?
All right,
Comment.
yeah, go ahead, John.
This one here,
Yeah.
if you wanna get rid of the side lights, all right?
Well, I don't think they wanna get rid of this.
I don't know, you wanna get rid of the side lights?
No.
No.
No, okay.
Oh, I got it.
Then I should say, to put that 12 light door with the one panel, paint this whole thing, get rid of the white, make the whole thing red. It ties right in. That's my,
I I just thought of something. You wanna keep the side lights because they're there, well, I'm just saying, listen to this for a second. What if you covered over them and just made like pilasters or something? Then you wouldn't be beholden to that, like, the fact that the side lights are narrow and high up. But if you just made like pilasters and then you had glass in the middle, I mean, it would be nothing to like cover those up with, wood. And then the whole thing could be red or whatever, so, and then you could have more options in terms of what your layout for the glass was on the door. Okay, should we motion for some,
I have another comment.
okay,
Whatever you do, in my opinion, they had start, a suggestion, start cleaning this up and put it back. Like it should be, they got a few bucks left over in the back room, they can fix it.
do you think so?
The back room goes up to the third floor and back down, keep going all the time.
Yeah. All right, so is the motion to hold for some revisions?
Yeah, so moved.
All right, all those in favor of TJ's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Question, revisions everywhere or just on the?
Just on the
Just on
front.
the
All right.
You
You're
have
good
them
on the
all on
others.
one
Take a
application.
break,
Great, so
5-minute break.
I can go ahead and order the doors for.
Yeah, you have our word on that one.
Thank you,
The
sir.
only thing that's in contention is the, the candle house.
Cause I'm a pain in the neck.
No,
No.
they're very legitimate question. So, John wants to take a very short break. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
John wants to take a little break and then we'll be back, okay? With Nantucket Architecture.
Hang in there.
Yeah.
I thought that was
I
very
need to be outta
productive
here.
because I didn't know what to do with it. I'm like, what are we doing? So,
Yes.
And now they
Okay.
have little squares at the bottom and glass.
We're the
at the
idea
top. They
people,
just look
don't
like
we?
it.
yeah, appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah. So have me down the club lately, I'll be down someday.
You better.
Which club?
Legion. The American Legion.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You would
Member of
think
so
that
many
the
clubs.
NHA would do some
You would
research.
think they do their homework, yes.
He just found in
Two six-light
1990, it had
doors,
two
1990s on that
six-light
door.
doors there.
Where did you find that?
On the NHA site?
I had the website, come on!
I spent an hour looking for it.
That is bad. Just saying.
Two six-light doors.
That's where, that's what John didn't like.
That's a span light that he was bitching about.
Good, how you been?
Good.
See ya.
All right.
Did it
All
tell you
right,
the
just
photo?
hanging in there, just
Yeah.
work, and pay off all Go all right, go all right. We just, hoping to get away,
7:30.
April or so, go down to Dominican or
Oh,
something.
boy.
What about you? You got away?
Well, we took Ben to.
I heard you went to Chicago. Is that where the school is?
Yeah, Ben and Charlie are in Boston now, they're just taking flyers. Now he has a test to take to see if he gets in.
Awesome.
Let me get rid of my cold. Okay.
No.
Buried at the museum.
Yeah.
Big picture? Yeah, that sounds
New
fun.
exhibit up or what?
Yeah, I'll give you a,
All
Stop
right.
by.
Elevators downstairs.
Yeah.
Punch through into the,
Right.
the other building there.
Yeah.
Moved all the people out, so half of that room is exhibition space.
Mm-hmm.
Good, how are you?
Cool, yeah, I want to stop by.
How are you doing?
Okay.
All right, yeah, anytime.
I am.
Cool.
It's a problem,
Yeah.
I'm there all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So
funny.
I know where to find you.
Yeah.
Sunday,
Yeah.
I can
All
hold
right.
mine.
Yeah,
spent the
so
day, I spent the day Sunday, and I come home, and, I said, wow, Lisa, I'm feeling good. And then I go into work on Monday, yesterday, and I was like, I don't know, maybe just being there all day.
Oh, you're still
I felt like way worse than, it was like, oh my God, it all came back like times 10. And I'm feeling okay. Oh,
Freezing in here.
that's why I always wear my coat in this room.
Yeah, just stop by and see him during the day, and he'll sort you out.
Yeah, I talked to the secretary today.
Yeah.
So I'll stay tomorrow. All right.
All right, we'll see you.
No, and sorry about that.
Hey, Lisa Botticelli. That pot pie thing, is that what we're having? Because that takes like an hour and a half, right?
All over the place.
Because it's 7:30.
Thank you.
Historical.
Oh, and there's the
That's the ugly
fan.
fan that John was
Yeah,
talking
oh my
about.
gosh, you covered it. Wow, isn't that something?
1990s.
And look, it looks great. It's gold red like that.
No.
I'm not sure I'd take the fan, but that would be a. You should have checked that out. Yeah. Actually, how much money could it be to tear out the side lights? Just demolish them and put in two ones? Not much. So that would be a good solution.
Normal's not here.
Yeah, but there's one.
I wonder how long that was actually there.
Oh, okay.
That arrangement.
I don't know.
Johnny said something about Marine Home Center did that whole thing.
Yeah.
Did he say the 60s?
Well, in the 1970s, the main entrance to the Whaling Museum
Was there.
had three
Who knows, huh?
panels with a circle in the middle.
You guys all come dedicate to Dia?
No, just a flat
In the
sandwich.
70s.
Yeah.
Oh, so then the thing that you just showed me is
90s.
You have dinner.
quesadilla, sort of.
You didn't bring me one, Joe?
Fajita.
Fajita.
Sizzling
My
hot.
favorite dinner.
Oh, man.
Hey, John, sorry to interrupt your dinner.
Sure.
But I mean, so Ethan, is he here?
No, Val's gonna take notes for him.
Oh, I
He's a
can't
pretty-
imagine Marty's here. Marcia
He's
is
not
here. Marty is not here?
Marty's not here.
Okay, because I think a lot of these we're gonna X off, right?
Luke's not here.
Luke, yeah, so there's a whole bunch of Luke.
But I'm here as homeowner.
For Luke,
Yeah, 21 is. No way.
21?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But then
Well, that's just one of Luke's
Well, I was just
6
saying,
of them.
I'm
Yeah,
one of the
absolutely.
Oh, wow, look at that.
That's hideous.
1960?
That's
Yeah, so it's been through so many bad iterations. Now,
Go easy.
all right,
go easy.
let's start back in. Are we ready? Oh, no, Val's gone. Wah, wah. Why don't you, John, why don't you pass out the,
Well, the first one's easy.
the first one's easy? Okay, good.
Gee, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Steve.
Kathy.
Would it be unfair of Val to just start?
Steve, is it Steven or Steve?
Doesn't matter.
Is it with a B or a PH?
It's with PH.
Okay. I'm gonna get going on this. I don't
Got
think.
Val's here.
Oh, here's Val. Okay.
You know Dr. Shalom?
All right,
I've worked for him for
here we go.
many years.
HSAB says, no concerns, likely not visible. Okay?
No concerns, what?
Likely not visible.
What was the change?
The only change here, TJ, is the color of the foundation.
What?
Oh,
Color of the foundation.
You're kidding
It's
me.
supposed to match the main house
all right.
And he doesn't wanna paint it if you guys will agree, cause there's not much showing.
So is it just gonna be natural?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I've been buying, that's not visible, unless you really look down the sidewalk.
okay,
Looks good.
Motion to approve is submitted.
great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, John.
I wish she wouldn't do that, give me a chance to look at it.
So, it's a parged foundation.
I'm
It's not-
sorry you didn't hear what he said.
So it's a parged foundation that I guess was gonna be painted, and they just wanna leave it natural because it's not visible from anywhere. HSAB said it's not visible, and they, HSAB, and they're like you, they see everything.
Alright.
All right, so that's one out of the way. Now we got a shed on
Yes.
Low Beach
A
Road.
vote. All voted?
Let's see.
What?
Taken?
Aye.
We took
Aye.
aye. I thought we took a vote.
Oh, 20.
All right.
This should.
Okay. This is, shed. Okay. Sconset advisory says, not clear what the purpose of the overhang is, unusual for Sconset, and does it fit with the design of the main house?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing.
Design of the main house.
Well, hang on, let's just,
Yeah,
I wanna see it written.
okay, sure.
Hawk circle,
In
in the
red.
back. Yeah,
Design of the house is a gambrel. Shed proportions do not accommodate a gambrel. So it is a simple shed with a slight overhang to mimic some of the garages that are across the street. Directly across the street, the green large shingle style house that we did.
Any pictures?
It's, the overhang is to accommodate outdoor storage and rain cover for some surfboards, that's all. Nothing more than that.
can you make it a little less elaborate,
A little less elaborate.
meaning the brackets? I know John's gonna say it anyway.
Okay, let's see,
Here, let's just see,
see what she says.
TJ, what do you say?
I'll agree with Ray on that, otherwise it looks good.
How about you, Val?
I guess if it ties in with the house, I don't remember what the house looks like.
When you say it, do you mean what? The whole building, or?
Yeah.
The rakes, the shingles, the cottage corner shingles are all the same. Like I said, all the details are similar to the main house, but it can't be a gambrel because the proportions
Well, I get that.
don't work.
Yeah.
That's all.
Can you next time just bring us a picture or stick one on here?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
But, like, for example, does the main house have brackets like that?
No.
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 Okay. Cause that's the only thing I'm,
Yeah, and John's gonna about to say that in a second, so go ahead.
Hey, so John, what do you think of this?
Well, it's 12 by what, it doesn't say.
Yeah. Right here.
Oh, the dimensions.
12 by what? Oh,
16. Right on there.
It's on it.
my only comment is the post holding up that extension is straight, not curved.
That's the brackets.
Yep, it's the bracket. Whatever you guys want, let me
All
know.
right.
I'm happy to do it.
Cheeseburger sub, Coke.
Yeah.
Sounds good, especially sounds good right now.
Okay,
What do you want?
somebody wanna make a motion?
Motion to approve with the brackets being straight.
All right.
All right.
Sounds
Aye.
good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, now we got fire pit, hardscape. There's that, right there. Thank you. Okay. Ah, you got a gold star, Stephen. No concerns.
All right, let's not even open it.
Screw
We
you.
just saw it on the shed thing.
I wasn't paying attention. I just gotta.
Did I pass it on to you guys?
Is it just this circle here? Oh no,
It's a little
this.
fire pit
And how far out of the ground does it protrude?
It's on the details on there. I don't remember the height. It's on the drawing.
Woo!
Quarter inch. Looks like it's about 2
John.
feet high.
On the application, what does it say for the height of the 5 foot 2 feet?
I'm just scaling it by eye. It looks like a half.
24 inches tall.
24 inches tall.
Got
Okay.
French fries with it.
Let's. So John, this is an application for the fire pit.
Right.
Yeah, it's 2 feet high, and it's in front of that building that we just approved. I shouldn't say in front of it, it's to the side of that building we just approved. You good? All right, I think we can, anybody wanna,
Motion to approve.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Stephen, bye-bye.
Go ahead.
Now, Val, I understand that you were gonna sit in for Ethan?
C, is it
But-
up to that yet?
Yeah, it is, but I think that in fairness to the people in the room, you know,
Okay.
uh,
Well, my one person is here though. Ferguson, Norval.
for Ethan's thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
number
okay,
two,
yeah, all
4B.
right, then definitely.
but the other
Come
two
on up.
I'd be willing to hold.
All right, that would be great.
So you gotta make a
so that we
motion to
can-
move it.
Right.
Tell John.
So let's,
I'll be-
you're Corby Way, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, can I have a motion to hold, item 14 for representation,
Well,
or what?
I just put him later in the agenda, cause I'm representing them, he's away.
Okay. So can we still do that
So
same
hold for
motion?
representation.
Cause you will represent
Okay,
it with
okay.
your other stuff.
Yes.
Alright, all those in favor?
14, you hold it?
Yeah, we're gonna hold it, Val's gonna take it up with her other stuff as a block.
Okay.
Alright, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alright, and now we're at number 15, and that's Corby Way, new dwelling.
Val Oliver, VALOLIVER, representing for Ethan McMorrow.
Martin Road, Corby
And the
Way.
homeowner, give your name for the record.
What's your,
Norval Ferguson?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Corby Way is a little spur
I
off
see
of,
that, it looks like a
yeah,
little golf club.
off of, Bartlett Road. It's
Yeah.
directly across the street from, John Newman building.
Yes, right.
It's an area of mixed size houses, homes, shops, garages, etc. There presently is a garage with an apartment on the site.
Yep. And this one is on the Bartlett Road side,
Correct.
yep. Okay.
Natural to weather trim, dark
Just
green
like the-
sash,
Garage.
and the shingles to match the existing home that's
You
there.
mean this?
Yeah.
So basically the whole, everything's gonna look like this.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Corby Way.
John, it's a teeny tiny little street. But this is really mainly on Bartlett Road.
Right.
So, let's see,
I would say south I believe, faces the.
East sort of
Bartlett.
faces, to the corner of those two.
Yeah. More or
South
less.
faces directly to Bartlett.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
It's, just shy of 26 feet high. Everything natural.
Correct.
I gotta ask you a silly question. So, the main gable, the tall one, is 8 and 12. The other gable, the one that faces south, is 7 and 12. So it could afford to be 8 and 12 and still be underneath of the main ridge. Is there any reason it's a 7?
I would have to ask Ethan that. I think he wanted it to be, you know, subservient to
Well,
the main.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. You know, I do, but it, like, the difference between a 7 and an 8 is still gonna be, you know, a couple feet down from the main
Right.
ridge, definitely.
I would suggest he would not have a problem with that.
I can't imagine that he would.
Yeah, it gives you more space.
Of course.
You know,
I saw
it'll-
it and I was kind of wondering about where is it going
Yeah.
so much lower from the
Yeah.
on this.
I mean, I respect his, I can't, the only reason that you would do something like that would be to make that piece really subordinate. But I don't think in being subordinate, it feels kind of flattened out,
Yeah.
particularly when you look at it in relation to the 8 and 12 roof pitch. Here I go, I'm speaking first again, I shouldn't do that. TJ, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that we could jump that 7 to an 8 pitch. It would be an improvement. You know, most everything else is looking all right to me. It's pretty straightforward. The west elevation, what does that face? Oh, it's just somebody's backyard.
West
then.
faces it, yeah, into somebody's backyard.
Okay.
Exactly.
I think the most visible views would be the south and the east.
Yeah, which is kind of underscores why that roof should go to an 8, because that's what you're gonna be looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with everything but that. I like what Ray says about the roof pitch.
Okay, thanks. John,
It's fine.
okay. Do you mind if, what we wanna do is make the 7 pitch down here an 8, which will make it a little bit taller so that it matches the roof pitch on the main gable? You okay with that? All right. So
moved.
All right, so,
Motion
TJ has just made a motion to approve this, changing the south-facing gable from a 7 and 12 to an 8 and 12. All those in favor? Aye.
Okay.
All
you're
right, great.
approved.
That's one down. And, so we'll hold Ethan's next one so that we can knock off some of these others?
Motion to hold number 16 for
Thanks.
representation.
All right, now, so here comes. Sconset Gardner's not here, right?
Correct.
All right, so can we hold 17 and 18, please?
Motion to hold number 17 and 18 for representation.
Very good. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, Marcia, your turn. Hi, hello again. That's great suggestions on the whaling museum thing. Yeah, because there's some really nice looking door entries, yeah, that are, you know, glass and historically appropriate. So we'll see what they come up with. Oh, interesting. Parking changes. I'll be right back.
We're on 19 now?
We are on,
Yes.
19, yes. Okay, this went to Sconset Advisory and they have no concerns.
I have no
That's always a good start, isn't it?
It is a good start.
So, let's see.
Concerning, they were concerning.
Yes.
So, you wanna just tell us what you're up to and,
Yes. This is an existing summer cottage in Sconset.
yep,
And all those drawings will show the existing elevations just above the proposed. So there's a one-story cottage, and it has evolved over time to have two actually separated small structures. And this proposal does not change the footprint, it just connects the two.
yep. And a couple of miscellaneous
Just a few
window changes.
Fenestration changes.
So, yeah, and that bay, you're kinda lifting up a little bit.
Yes.
The one on
the only other
the
one.
east side. Yeah. Like the extra windows, yeah. TJ?
Yeah, I think it's, improvement, and, it's appropriate.
Thank you.
No concerns.
Thank you, Val. What do you think, John?
I have one comment, on the south elevation. You take the double hung window with a new 6-light awning, will it tilt in or out? The hopper tip in.
Yes, it'll go out. This
Oh.
one
Well,
This is the wrong answer.
is the awning, I knew that was the wrong answer, but
I'm
it's,
sorry?
it'll go in, John,
So that's called a hopper.
you know,
All the
and it's
hopper,
that,
tilt in from the top.
that's right, that's right. And this is the south elevation, which,
Everybody says that.
I know, this is like the place where you can't see it.
I do have one question, Marcia, on your connector piece,
Yes,
is that it looks like a really wide roof span on the site plan. But it's a really low ridge, is it like this?
yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, in order to get that, the back slope of it, to bring, so what you're seeing from the street is just kind of like it's a gable connector.
Mm-hmm. Is that just a really low pitch that goes back? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you can see it there.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
on the site plan.
Actually, to that point, is that a skylight I see there? This? Let me
This is
do,
the street, no, it's not.
all right, let me try something out, because that's an interesting, what was actually happening here was this was pitching up. This was gonna be flat. And then it's gonna pitch back down here.
Yes.
You see that?
No, I think this is like a pitch, long, low pitch from here.
No,
It's flat.
it's missing a line.
What, you mean this line?
Yeah, so
Okay.
what they're doing is, like, this would appear to be the same pitch as these two guys. You see how it's a 45?
Yeah.
And then would go flat, and then it would pitch down again at the same. So you wouldn't, unless you were in an airplane, you wouldn't realize that was flat.
Right.
I mean, that's what happened at the Stop and Shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes up.
They did a good job concealing everything.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
Keeping it low.
okay, so Where were we on that one?
On the awning window.
So you will not see
Yeah,
a really super flat roof, because
Right,
if you
right.
did, I would say that the flat part should be like on the back, not on the Emily Street side.
Mhm.
But that's not gonna be the way it is
you can
anyway.
see them.
Right, okay. So, you wanna know about the awning window?
Yeah, I think they're visible.
Okay,
It
well,
just-
so,
It sits on the lot right
so
there.
do we wanna change those to hoppers, John?
You change the top.
Okay.
Better than-
Val, we haven't heard from you
I
yet.
have no concerns.
Okay. It sounds like the only thing that we're gonna change on this is, the the awning windows would go to hoppers. Which elevations are those, John, just so I have it?
Oh, we had to ask.
Oh, no, I get
How
it,
is
I
this?
get it.
These,
These,
east and,
east and south.
I marked them on that
And I think
one there. No, I never come back. Yeah.
When it's under construction, we may just ask you to come and view it.
Okay. That sounds fine. So east and south, yeah. Those would go to hoppers. Can somebody make a motion?
Yes.
All right, so John's made a motion to approve this with all the current, what are shown now as awnings to go to hoppers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's one down for you. And then
That's one down.
you're changing the parking situation,
Yes, in the parking.
okay?
So it still is from the main, from Emily Street that you still enter.
Mm-hmm.
It just shifts in its locations, and then there's a hardscape of a wall.
Okay, so no concerns from Scott's technology.
Another good opener.
Yeah, no good opening.
I like this thin paper.
Yeah, me too.
Saves
Lots
the
of
trees.
Okay, so you're removing the parking here, and you're just relocating it over here, is that what you're doing?
And it's a shell,
Uh-huh. What's Emily Street?
shell.
Shell. All right. Feel free, anyway.
No concerns.
Thank you.
Same.
All right. John, you got any problems with this one?
Say that again.
Okay, so this is about parking. Right now, there's an existing parking, well, there's a new one,
Yeah.
and the existing one is over there.
It's right here.
No, that,
It's right here.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will say
what?
that for zoning, the maximum curb cut would be
Oh,
20 feet
right
across.
here.
Oh,
You know, you can't have
well,
a three-car
actually,
drive, so you'd need to go to the zoning board of appeals for
yeah, so
variance.
that's not our purview,
Right, we will check that out.
right. So you may need to sort of neck it in
Yes.
on the roadside and then
Okay.
expand it out. But John, were you okay with the,
Yeah, well, what kind of material they're gonna use?
it's shell, just
a
like
shell.
Emily Street is
It's
shell, they're
shell.
gonna use shell.
It's all shell. The street and the parking is shell.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody?
Motion to approve.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, better cut 'em
Okay,
off.
thanks, Marcia. Nice seeing you. Chandra? How you doing? Sick is involved.
no.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna have pot pie in a minute.
That's much better than this.
So good. Okay. HSAP had very little to say. They said, west elevation. By the way, what are we reviewing? Oh, an addition, okay. Yeah,
Which
so.
you can't see.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
wow,
on the back
it's
side.
minuscule.
Yes, it's for interior staircase because the existing staircase is like a ladder almost to the
Yeah,
side.
I see it, okay. All right, so the only thing that HSAP had to say, and I'm looking for it here. Split 6/6 unit A on the west elevation. Oh, all right. They're just not loving the fact that these two windows are ganged together.
So
Would
just
you
split them,
be okay, like separating those a little bit?
like on the north.
On the, oh,
No, on the west.
No, but I'm saying to her, like it
Oh,
shows
like
on the north.
Yeah, see, you got it going
Yes.
here?
yes,
Just do
I
the
think
same
that's
thing right
fine.
there? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's, as long as there's enough room, which I think there is.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
you
the
could-
same.
I mean, it's the
size.
same gable.
Not an architect. Yes.
No, so
I
you
think
could
that's
definitely do that.
Totally fine.
All right. TJ, anything else?
No, I haven't,
You haven't looked?
haven't seen it all yet.
Oh, okay. Anybody?
No, it's,
Valerie?
I'm good with it.
Okay, with that little tweak,
Yeah.
little separation. John, you folded up, you okay? All right.
Yeah, looks good.
All right, so it sounds like we're gonna just make one minor modification to the west elevation, and that is to separate those two windows on the second floor. Can somebody give me that motion?
Motion
I'll
to
take
approve
John.
through staff separating the windows on
The
the
west elevation,
west
second
elevation
floor.
slightly.
Yeah.
So you don't have to come back, you just.
All, yeah, it's all through staff. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Slightly, you said?
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
All right, that's
Thanks
all
for
set.
waiting.
Thank
Yep,
you.
you're all good to go. Okay,
I know.
I believe, so none of these other thorn wheels have anybody representing them, right?
Not here.
Okay, so we need to hold items 22 through 26 for representation. May I have that motion?
So moved.
All right, thanks, Val. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Chuck, you're up. Hello. Good evening. St. Martin.
We wish we were all there.
How's it looking after this storm?
I
They
was
had
there
to
last
rebuild.
year, it was really sad.
Yeah.
Incredible, incredible damage.
Okay, so you are, oh, exterior
The
cameras.
pot shop.
So we installed a number of cameras, actually 17 exterior cameras. It didn't get permission. And so now we're here to ask permission for the 17th.
These little eyeball things?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, the worst part about this is the fact that there's like the new shingles around all of them, and they just like scream.
Right.
Yeah, but eventually
Yeah,
this.
it'll fade.
And honestly speaking, I see these cameras all over the place now.
You know,
Like, all over the place.
they're, they're on the elementary school. That's why I started looking for them. They're on this building, but not the ones that, they're wall mounted, but every corner of this building has cameras.
Yeah.
The school has them, and they have these projecting kind that hang off on the bracket.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask a question. You said 17. I can only imagine that this is some kind of a requirement for the security of this.
No blind spots.
But I mean, to
Yes.
have a dispensary, you need to have
Correct.
these so that nobody is.
We have 75 on the property,
17.
75 cameras. There is,
And it's not, that's not discretionary. That's
Some look
'cause-
like sticks, some look like rocks.
no, they're in the inside and out. We have 17
Oh,
outside, all the rest are inside. In fact, we went through a review where they came in and tried to hide from, and so when we had a camera, and if you could get like this under the camera and couldn't be seen, we then had to mount a camera that looked at the camera.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so there can be no blind spots, so that no, except in their two restrooms that are private. That's the only spaces in the structure where a person can be and not be seen. But you get,
Well, I'll know to hide there then.
yeah, that's the place to hide. So, but
All right, John,
Question,
yeah.
there's 17 lights.
Correct.
Okay? And my comment is, they are in already.
Yes.
They're done without a permit.
Yes, sir.
John,
Yes,
there's a fine on it.
there's no fine. When I inspected it, I caught the cameras and they weren't on any
I'm
plans.
sorry?
They're cameras.
When I inspected it, they failed their inspection because I saw the cameras and saw they didn't have approval for them, so they
No
came
fine
back.
for cameras,
But-
right?
But as the application came in, yeah, there wasn't a fine charged when it came in. So, it's up to you.
Oh,
Okay.
is everybody?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that this is just the way it is
Aye.
in our drug culture.
They're not
all right.
big, they're little.
Who just made the motion?
Me.
Okay, all those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so now, this is interesting, we have an application for you.
Yes.
Are you representing this?
We're working together, hopefully.
Okay,
I brought some photos.
do you know
today.
Chuck?
Yes, I know Chuck.
I went there yesterday and pulled in your driveway to see what I could do.
Yeah.
You saw the Field of Dreams. That's the space with all the logs piled up. That's what the boys call, there's a, I have an application for a house to go there that I keep not finishing.
Okay.
So, it's your,
It's called Comfort Storage?
That's the legal entity that holds the property, yes,
Oh,
yes.
Otherwise, the government could seize their property at any point, I think.
Right.
okay. Who's, are you going to?
I can introduce the project. We have a proposed rooftop installation on an all-black roof that's situated pretty much in the far back of Chuck's property. And we're
It's
hoping
wide open.
there is a section that is open for visibility, but we're hoping to, fill the plane with solid black to minimize the impact on the contrast of the roof, and then, get your opinion on our application.
This crooked lane, that's the dirt part, right?
It's a dirt road behind me, and then it terminates and is now a public walking path.
is that through the
I
bamboo
wondered
forest?
about that. That was
Yeah.
confusing. Yeah.
Yes, when I first moved here, you could still drive through, but now it's a walking path. It brings you up to the bamboo forest, but it comes out right across from Crooked Lane.
Right.
On Nantucket Road, it's a driveway that enters into a couple properties and then again becomes the walking path.
Right.
Yeah, I used to live on that corner of, that 57 Nantucket.
Right. Right.
I think that it's an appropriate application. My only question, Zach, is there any way they can all go the same direction? On the south?
On the main south, unfortunately, to fill the plane, we can't have, we make them go the same direction, you're gonna have a gap on the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're gonna, basically, the only way to get away with turning the top row sideways like we are is because it really matches up with the width of the rest of the array quite well. And actually what we're gonna do is because it's a little bit shorter on the top, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kick it out so it matches the outside width of the array.
The extents there.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
I'm good with it.
John?
Number one, this case will be highly visible. When I travel away. I know the area well. It will be on this roof here, this roof here, am I right?
That roof, and yeah, and the east roof there.
Got a shed roof, and I got marked it, yeah.
Yep.
I had a question. All black, right?
Yes, sir.
You mean the panels, right?
Yes, John.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
now-
the roof is black too.
Right there.
I don't know whether you
That's my question, thank
got
you.
that.
Yep, panels will be all black as well.
All
I
right,
wouldn't go down this road if I didn't have to.
how about you, TJ?
I'm fine with it.
All right, me too.
So bumpy.
Oh, we're so green.
How come we don't put solar on your house? Somebody told me.
I need new windows before I need solar panels.
I think we're good to go on this.
Motion to approve.
As
Aye.
submitted, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for waiting. Sauna, I did not.
He's not here.
Right, okay, so we'll skip that one.
They're all over.
Okay, so can I have a motion to hold 29 for a rep?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Hold what, 29?
29 for representation.
Okay, thank you.
And now, Val,
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna ask,
I can wait.
well, simply because if we're going to have the other two applications.
Yes.
All right, so why don't we just hear Joe? You're here
Yeah.
for two things, right?
Yes, sir.
And hopefully they're both really easy, right? Okay. That's, your silence said everything.
No, they're two houses that are next to each other.
Yeah.
That you've never seen before, so.
All right, so
It's
we're
a
gonna
lot
take,
of
we're gonna go
house
out
where
of
there's a
order.
little house.
We're gonna go out of order here. We're gonna hold Val's stuff until after BPC, okay? Oh, we got a concept design.
Did you get a motion to hold?
Oh, it was that before me, concept?
No, I'm after you.
30 and 31?
Hang on a second.
Hold,
Did we get a motion for
30.
what?
30 and
Hold
30.
29 for representation.
We got that
Yes, we
motion,
did that.
And
yes.
then hold 30 and 31 until the end of the meeting.
No, well,
Just hold till the people in the room are gone,
yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
and I'll
All
bring
right.
Ethan's
Can I have a
back.
motion
That's
for
just
that?
me.
So moved.
Right.
All right, and, yeah, and TJ. All those in favor of TJ's motion? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, explain it to me now, right?
Okay, so here we go.
30 and 31.
30 and 31, that's, both of those are Val's. And Val is also gonna be representing, two of Ethan's projects. Those are 16 and 18. No, they were 14 and 16.
Sorry, which one is up first? Is it
So
New Lane
it's
or
the new
Acrobat?
lane where the house is now.
Oh, okay.
And do you have anything asking us to take that down?
That's at next week's old business.
Okay, cause I do have some concerns. How old is that house?
40s?
40s. Well, I actually I knew we would end up chatting about this.
It was Artel's parents, right?
Yeah, well, they reached out to me via email. I don't know how they knew it was up at HDC, but they reached out and said that they had records that the house was actually built in the 50s, and that there was they said an intern had gone through and done a historic survey years ago, and that the dates were wrong, and they never came to a resolution. And so she had some information that she was gonna provide, that she thought the house was actually built in the 50s. But none of it makes sense, because the 36 doesn't show the house. There's a 40, I think a 49 aerial that does show it, so it looks to me like it was built sometime in there. And she claimed that the house was built in the 50s. But I know that Historic Structures said that well, you guys all said too, you wanted to see what was gonna go in its place first. So I'm here so that they can start to flow with each other. If you don't wanna make comments on this one, it's fine.
Wait, now, okay, so we are on 6 New Lane, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we have from HSAB. Given context, low structures, bungalow styles, this design is too large and architecturally out of scale, overwhelms lot and neighborhood. 1.5 story is better direction. So they didn't mention anything about the old building. Maybe I misunderstood what you just said.
Well, right, the last time they did, when we applied for a move demo in the absence of what was gonna go in its place.
I see.
And so that's when the discussion came up
okay.
about the age of that
All right.
house. I do have a few people that are interested in that existing house, but I figured we ought to advance the submission of this. On that first page, you can clearly see what faces Ackermuck, which you would see coming down New Lane because of the bend in the road, and then what faces New Lane.
Acromuck, AKA unknown.
Yeah, unknown is actually Ackermuck. It's the side
I
street
see
there.
that, yeah.
And, you know, there is a bungalow across the street and,
Yeah.
but then most of the other houses, including the one that's further down Ackermuck and the one that's directly across the street, there's a lot of two-story massed
Well,
houses there.
isn't, this is the one that has the stone wall in front of it, right?
Yes.
This one right
Yeah, and that sits up high.
here? And it's
on a-
2 stories, I believe.
Yeah, and the ground rolls up there about 4 feet.
Right.
I think what's working against you is that it's right up to the property line. You're talking about Andy Lowell's house over here. It's pushed back a little bit farther.
Yeah.
I do agree with HSAB. I think it needs to be smaller. And if this is a pool right on New Lane, I'm afraid,
Wait, where do you see that pool?
on the front page.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's weird. How come it like cuts off?
That's where the steps are.
This, is it
Joe,
literally
you
like
really
this is
can't think that's
diagonal?
gonna pass
Like
there.
this?
What's that?
This, is it diagonal?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at the New Lane elevation, which is on the next page, you know, there is some lower massing that faces the street, so you see, and there's sort of a facade that addresses both New Lane and Ackermuck, so that when you do come down from the top of Main Street, you are seeing the broad side of the building, but we didn't want to put the 2-story mass facing New Lane. It's there, but it's stepped back. If you see the plan, yeah. I mean, let's just say if you switch the elevations, for instance, and the one that faced Ackermuck was on New Lane, you'd have a 2-story mass with no additive massing at all. So we were trying to break up the mass facing.
You know, it's
New
funny,
Lane.
yes, that's true, but it's also much shorter, narrower than the New Lane side. And it has that sort of farmer's porch that's keeping the mass sort of pushed further back if you're right up at that lot line, or the setback line.
I almost think that your second house, which you have slated for Ackermuck, would be a better fit than this house on that end of that street.
Oh, switching them?
Yeah, because it's more traditional and there are some of these
Yeah.
going farther down. This is more of a modern kind of house that you see out of town a little bit. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just, I think if I was gonna be persuaded for a taller house there, something a little bit more traditional would.
Well, that's where actually
Sit
where
better
Ray
with me.
was going to, that elevation of the house you have in front of you that faces Ackermuck looks more like the front of the house that you're about to review, which is like a simple 4-bay with a
Yeah.
off the side.
So, even if you wanted to, you couldn't. Now that I see the property, it's like a crazy property.
I know, could they cut it
No,
differently?
the property line is malleable.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
It's been subdivided. There's 2 different lot configurations that were, my clients purchased it with a previous subdivision, with the existing house there, which was also kind of an odd shape because it went around the existing structure. And then this was recently approved because they're both conforming lots. So the footprint of the house affected the lot line in the back. So I have control over the lot line. I could, that's why they really need to be kind of talked about together.
Right.
If it made sense to flip-flop the plan and adjust lot lines, I can do that. The lot in the back is relatively rectangular.
Hey, John Hedden,
Yes,
would it be possible to throw the other one on the table?
yes.
Because Val has brought up a couple of things that I'm now thinking, like the pool. right there on New Lane, that's gonna be an uphill climb. And so that's in favor of creating some sort of a space, you know, kind of behind the house. So that-
John, we're gonna look at them together.
Yeah, so he has, John, see, that's that piece of property, but he's also got a house for that piece of property. Yeah, and that's this. So we're gonna look at them together. Because there might be some advantage in flipping them. Yeah, I agree with Val. I mean, this is, you know, really nice traditional facade. You know, almost looks like Woodbury Lane, you know, a continuation of Woodbury Lane. If that could be the thing that you're looking at, that would be fantastic.
And then the other advantage of that is that if this house was turned, the one that we're reviewing, it's building up, so there's space where it's lower and then it goes higher, cause I know Artel's house is
So
two-story.
it's the larger one
Right.
further away.
Right, right.
Yeah, okay.
I think this second one is a charming house. How
I
do
have
they
to
relate?
say, I love your houses on Mariner,
Well,
and I am disgusted at the houses going up behind them.
if you take the house you have in your
Oh,
hands and you drive by Mariner Way, it is a modification.
It's a similar,
It's a modification of that, and actually the other house that you looked at is a modification of the one on the corner. If you are coming from town and you look at Mariner Way and you look at the left-hand side, that side is what faces New Lane. So this client happened to purchase the land and went through Mariner Way, and the cumulative lot area of those two lots on Mariner is nearly identical to these. So I started by putting this house on the back lot, and while it fits and it actually works and the clients liked it, so we've tweaked it a little bit and made some improvements on it. And then the one that's on the corner of Mariner, I had facing New Lane because it's on the corner on Mariner, and that I like that side elevation.
I do too.
And the front elevation's simple, so I figured this might result in a viewing, but both of these
did view.
houses, yeah, both of these houses are based off of those two houses.
Good to know.
But they're slightly lower to the ground because there's no floodplain
Right,
issues.
right.
Even though even at Mariner, those houses didn't have to come out of the ground as high as the ones that are being built right now.
Oh,
Right, there's like a
well
foot
aware.
difference, right?
Oh, way
There's
more.
way more. Well, what
Like
happened
3 or
is that
4
Three or
feet.
four.
there's a velocity zone and the FEMA map changes right
Right
on the,
there.
right on their
Halfway
lot.
on this
Remember something like that?
Yeah.
or that.
So I would, I can look at the diagram of the lots together and moving the houses around. My client isn't, they're open to moving these things around. And if we have to redesign the house, that's fine too, but just to give it some context, it is Mariner.
I just think this is more in keeping with you're on the tail end of the traditional part of Main Street.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
turning the corner, and this is lovely.
It's really gonna be
Yeah.
a focal point.
Yeah,
Okay,
Well, it already is, and it will, I think looking at something like that facade would be terrific if you could accomplish that.
Mr. Chair, would you like the HZAD comments for that design?
Are there a lot? They didn't give me that many for this.
this is the other one.
No, I know.
The vent is visible, not appropriate.
Oh,
Oh,
just read it.
4 light units get lost in shingle. Attic 6/6. Separate gang unit. This is the east elevation, sorry. Awkward massing on first floor.
Awkward massing at first floor, what?
West elevation of
Totally disagree with
concerns.
that.
South elevation unganged, 4 wide. Windows are visible.
those are just minor
Yeah, they really
Right.
are.
They
stuff,
usually
but
don't
the
get that.
massing is,
I think this
and I think
house
it's,
number 2 is like really close to being achievable.
And
Okay.
if they
And if
want
you
a
can get it on
pool,
that
then they
front
can
lot.
have their pool back
Yeah,
here.
yeah, that's the other thing. And are they trying for a pool on the other piece of property too?
Maybe, I think they'd be happy with one. We have a pool approved on New Lane behind the existing house, which we did like right after that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I remember
Right,
that.
so-
But see, it's not right on the street.
No, it's
Right,
not.
right, I understand that,
Behind
it's
the house.
screens. Okay, all right, those are all helpful comments.
John, what do you think?
Well, the house, second house, I can't find the window schedule.
I think this house should move here. What do you think?
Putting pressure on me?
Oh, you can't find the window schedule? Yeah, there are some operable, really?
Well, all right, I'll go to the operable.
All of those windows that you like.
B's and C's are all, we said they're fixed, but they're designed that they should be poppers. Just in, not out.
Yeah, there's actually, that's operable, I have it shown, oh, you want it to fall in, okay.
To hop.
Make them all
Yeah.
poppers. And the 6 light there and the 4 lights here.
Yeah, all the 4 lights in the gables are fixed, all the ones up
They're
high.
fixed, but
Excuse me,
fixed means that it's a one
He's
unit.
talking about
That's what fixed means, but operable and operable. is
Oh,
what-
inoperable.
This is,
make sure.
anyway, fixed what is fixed temper?
It's just a fixed, that happens to be a window in the shower, so.
Oh, yeah, it has to be tempered, John, for code. Just a different type of
Yeah,
glass.
it doesn't move, but,
Yeah.
if you break it, it, doesn't fall into the shower.
That's another issue, I guess. Then I might go do both of them.
Do you have any?
No, I just think that the 3-bay, it does look good up there. It reminds me of like the houses on Mount Vernon, kind of outskirts of town.
Mm-hmm.
On the south and west elevation,
Yep,
on
the
front
first
house.
one. Yep.
Alright, there's a outdoor shower. And what is this temper?
That's supposed to be a window, it looks like it was omitted, it's supposed to be one of these,
Oh,
a C. Yeah, that's not,
well, you
Okay,
need,
alright.
you know what you need to do there.
That's, right now, that's my only comment.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So I think that we've talked about some sort of broad brushstrokes, ways of approaching these two sites together. And thanks for bringing them together. And so maybe we could just get some revisions out of you.
Yes, and we might not do it for the next, later have to be submitted by Thursday anyway, right? I think so, yeah. I have it on my
But
schedule.
I will underscore that I think that the design two, I don't think there's any disagreement on that group here, but design two seems very, very appropriate to be addressing New Lane.
Okay,
Okay, thanks, Joe. Can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions and hold Ackermuck for revisions.
Very good. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
is it possible that just the application for the house move / demos just starts to follow these
Yeah.
things?
Yeah, just sign, when you sign these up, just sign that up.
Okay.
Okay, so Val, you've got a few.
I do, and so let TJ go, because I have mine and Ethan's.
Right. Do you care?
I don't care.
All right, so how about we do TJ first?
Okay. Tell John.
As long as you promise not to leave until we're finished with Val's stuff.
Where were we on?
We are going to TJ. We're going to 34.
No, what was the last?
Oh, the ones we just did?
Yeah.
That was 32 and 33.
32 and 33.
Yes.
You're gonna hold them, right?
We're holding them for revisions, yeah.
What happened to 10?
10?
30.
Oh, trying to help you there.
Oh, we're gonna go back to 30, 30, and 31. That's Val, yeah. Okay,
Alright.
so, window revisions.
Yeah, this guy's, you know, not sure if you're gonna go with these 1/1s he wants on the front. kinda got a hodgepodge of, different paint configurations on the house. In terms of, he's got 6/6 and 1/1s, but he bought these windows and wants to put them in. But said he can retrofit panes if necessary. So it's just, north elevation, 2 double hungs, south elevation, 1, skylight.
I would say, for me,
Go.
it would be great just because it's the front of the house, if he
Uh-huh.
could put some panes in that window,
The double.
the double.
I mean, you're only asking for 2 things here, right?
Yeah.
You're asking for
And
that
I don't
window.
care about the skylight.
You don't care, well, I mean, frankly, it meets the
Yeah.
guidelines.
Mhm.
It's on the back, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, John, he's only asking for 2 things. He's asking for a skylight on the roof on the back of the house, see that?
Right?
And then he's asking for these 2 windows on the front of the house, that's the, north elevation. And they don't have any panes in them, and Val has just suggested putting, 6 light panes in them.
Look over kitchen,
No, it's in a bedroom, I think.
looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like kitchen
You
windows.
only want 2 items, right?
That's it.
Yep.
1 here, 2 here.
No,
that's
those were old.
Previously, they're all.
Yeah,
all
that's
3 up.
previous thing. So, you're okay with putting the panes in?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so the only condition would be,
Motion to approve.
yeah, John, we're gonna approve it with the 2 double hung windows having, 6/6 panes in them. Okay? All those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now Val, that's good to
What
go.
number was that?
That was 34.
34, okay.
Now, Val, do you wanna go back to,
No, we can do mine.
all right, let's do yours. Cause we're actually running a little low on time.
I know, so.
So Rima wants a barn. I had heard through the grapevine that she wanted a barn.
Yeah, so she drew it herself.
Uh-oh.
No, she did a good job.
Oh, good.
I think the reason it's not on consent is because it's a 6 pitch and not a 7. That's my guess.
No,
It's only
this is-
16.8
This is
height.
back by Billy's.
All the way
Billy's.
back.
I
Yeah.
mean, and that's like, you can't, you gotta drive through, like,
Well, you'll see. Yeah, it's way back there.
yeah.
Nantucket Avenue.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
I know this site pretty well, and like you have to drive way back through a bunch of scrub oak to get to this thing. And there's already a barn back there. My friend has his metal shop in there, and you can't. Ain't no way you can see that from the road.
And she's kept it very low. It's 16.8 in height. Natural to weather trim and barn board. And
Sorry to interrupt, but which one is Billy's barn? This thing?
that
right-
one,
This.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's behind that even.
And it's Essex green doors and windows. The windows are fixed. And they're actually
What's
true
this?
divided light.
What's this? Right?
There's another little building back there,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Nantucket Avenue
Yep.
is out in
Surfside.
Surfside.
Right. Exactly.
The barn's gonna go,
Way in the back, it's about 400 feet off the road.
where, is that the barn? No.
Right in here. Here it is right here. Behind the other buildings that are there.
Alright.
Bye, Joe.
Yep, natural to weather, Essex green windows and doors. The windows are fixed. They're all the little 6 light and they're true divided light.
Yeah,
It's really
saw
for
that.
horses.
It's really cool.
She wanted to keep it the low pitch just to keep its stature down.
Yeah.
Have to make it 7.
Well, that's why we're here, because we wanna ask if we can do a 6 so that it stays low.
Hey, John, I swear you're not gonna. You really won't see this building.
You wanna
Like,
put a 12-light door
Dude.
on the
You
Whaling
got a
Museum.
policy, we've used it for
But-
years, somebody will change everything.
It's not visible. There's like no way you're gonna see this. I know the barn, like this barn right here, is in front of this new barn, right? This barn. And-
Why would you not?
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna be facetious.
No,
Why
go
would
ahead.
you not see that barn cupola? Why would you not see it?
Because it's low.
It's 16 feet high.
It's what?
The building is only 16 feet high, 16.8.
Yeah, so I bet
Seven here would be
I bet
16
Billy's
foot six.
barn is probably 25 feet high.
I don't know. I try to be consistent.
I
in my
know.
own thinking.
No, I appreciate
I just want
that.
to be respected for that.
I just,
And in this case, it's actually a real barn, so I think
Yeah.
barns sometimes have a shallower roof pitch. It's not a house that's a
well,
barn.
like, that one, there's one on, oh God, what's your name?
Comic Pond Road.
No, I'm talking about right around here. It's gigantic. They used to sell retail stuff there.
Oh, Mrs. E's daughter, Mrs.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlene Engelhardt.
Charlene.
Where is that?
That roof pitch, so it's off of Lover's Lane. You don't access from Lover's Lane. You go around onto Ochre Wall and then turn onto another road and go in that way.
Okay.
But that barn has probably got like a 3 pitch on it.
Wow.
It's gigantic though.
And
It's
I know,
huge.
John, that that's a typical stance. I just thought it would be better than bringing it up higher, but that's up to you guys.
Well, I'm
That's
okay with it.
I think I'm okay since it's not a house and it's gonna keep the cupola out of sight.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
All right. So, are you gonna make?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right.
As is?
Yeah. I'd rather have it low, John. Keep it down
it
low
out of
so you
sight.
can't see it. All those in favor of TJ's motion to approve as is? Aye.
I can't say aye.
No, I know you can't say aye. So TJ's in, and John, you're gonna be opposed.
I'm
right?
abstaining.
Oh, you're abstaining.
Yeah,
Okay.
keep me out of it.
All right. So that motion carries.
What number was that?
That was 30. Now we got 31, Old South Road. What are you demolishing on Old South Road?
The building, that's a duplex that used to be Neil Parent's office. It
Oh,
was
yeah,
Dot and Bob Lakers, remember? He
Yes.
was an engineer.
Yes, of course. He had a pig.
1970.
1790.
31
Oh.
so.
Well, that's interesting. What kind of condition is it? I'm just curious.
Not great.
Not really, not
But
great.
you're welcome to, if anybody's
I mean-
interested. We know it's a move-off demo.
How'd that
Okay.
roof pitch get approved?
Yeah, John, look at that roof pitch on this building.
Must be a 4 or 5 pitch.
And this
Bob
was
Lakers
this was
building.
Neil Parent's office,
That's right.
And it has a
and he had a
two-pitch.
damn 2 pitch.
Neil Parent?
Yeah.
He talked to me before we had it here.
Yeah.
I said, how can I help you?
All right, I think that we're okay with the demo move off of this. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Okay.
The guy that owned it originally,
Bob
was
Lecter?
commissioner of it, years, 30 years ago.
Bob Lecter?
Bob Lecter.
He was the HTC?
Yeah, he was on the ACC.
I didn't know.
I didn't know that either. I remember he was an engineer.
And he had a pig.
Neil Parent, was he like a builder or an architect?
No,
and
he
builder?
was a designer
Yeah.
that like did
Architectural
so much stuff here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve a demo move off of Bob Lecter, Neil Parent's office. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Want to go back to?
Can we go
Okay.
back to Ethan's?
Yeah, let's go. And then we're gonna call it quits.
Yep.
Wait a minute, what was this one here was Old South Road, right?
That was
Yeah.
Old South Road, yep.
Okay.
And now we're gonna go back to Ethan's, cause I said I'd sit on his,
Yep.
which is number 14 and 16.
Okay, so 14
14.
is 122 Walwinet Road, a boardwalk. This is,
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, but I said I'd sit here at the info. I know it's,
122 on the
yeah, it's a boardwalk, that doesn't have any railing. It is listed in some areas because you have to be higher than the wetland below.
yeah. Well, how are you ever gonna see this?
Oh. That's what his
It's like-
contention was.
No, you're never gonna see this.
John, it's just a flat boardwalk, no railing or anything.
Not to exceed
Oh,
30
these are
inches.
boardwalk?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, there's wetland.
yeah.
yeah, just crossing over the marshes there.
What number of Walnut is this?
It's just past the Walwinet Hotel,
Oh,
like going out to Great
oh,
Point.
there, yeah.
Cuneo?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody okay with this?
Yes.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. John, how are you? You good with this? All right, all those in favor? Aye. All right, one down, and then next is, 96 Cliff Road. And then we're good to
Turn it
go.
down.
Yeah.
I can
You
get it.
made it. You're a trooper.
Actually, you know, I feel okay. I got a glass of red wine, like covering me up here.
I have a nice Eric Husband.
Oh, man. That sounds good, too. Okay, this is an addition?
I don't know what this is. I
It's
think
interesting,
it's
it
a
said fenestration.
window and door changes.
He was recently in with this, I think.
Let's see, Cliff
What number
Road.
is it?
This
Shady
is
Lane.
number 16, Cliff Back Realty Trust.
16?
Yeah,
Oh, it's just a window back by the outdoor shower.
No.
Change from a door to a window or
Wait.
something.
TJ, maybe you know something I don't. So they're not adding this garage on?
I think
no,
that's
they
what
already
he,
got that approved.
yeah, he got that
Oh, okay.
approved.
All
So
right.
if
This is
you
a
look at,
revision. Nothing there.
and a couple of door, and then on the east elevation,
All right, so I
Oh,
see a
yeah.
bubble here. This is a door and it's going to a window?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
no problem.
That's it? Oh, well, all right, so there's this, door, window.
John,
Yeah, okay.
there's a door to this outside shower. He's changing it to a window.
How you gonna get in the shower?
I don't care how he gets in the shower.
From the outside, I would think.
But
I
then
would
he
hope.
wants to change the fenestration from this to that, add a door and a window.
Where's the window schedule on the B window? I don't know.
Probably on the front page. I just got asked to do this right before I came here.
I know. Shouldn't be doing it.
Let's see. Really, there's literally no window
Wait, here?
schedule?
Right there.
Ah, there, it is on the front page.
Awning.
You wanna change it, John?
Huh?
You wanna change it?
Yeah.
Change it to a
Said to
hopper?
match existing other ones on.
Oh, that I don't know.
Building?
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, there
Yeah.
are, John. Yeah, like, if you look at the east elevation,
He's got dormers.
oh, and you,
East elevation.
well, the one that he's adding on to, so there's these dormer windows?
Yeah, you're gonna be
They're all
there.
the 6 light ones.
That matches the other one, I guess. I don't, that's hard to
Rear of
tell.
the building.
Alright, and it's in the back of the building.
Back of the
Yes,
building.
it is. Alright,
Anyway,
we're good to go?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Alright, all those in favor? I'm in
what number
favor
was
of.
that?
That was,
That one.
uh-oh.
Okay, thank you.
That was 96 Cliff.
Yeah.
Number 16. So all those in favor, aye. We got that. I think we're done, kids.
I know, yay.
Alright.
So, what's the consensus for Thursday?
How
Are we
many
gonna
do
meet
we
there, I
have?
think?
Well,
Do that stuff down below?
this is an interesting question. Obviously, Lisa will be here, because there's a lot of this is my office. I don't know whether, this is school break.
Yeah.
So I guess it depends on like if Luke and or Carrie is here, because she's,
They won't be here.
all right, they won't be here. I don't want you guys having a meeting just to listen to my stuff. How about Emeritus?
I'm not sure about that.
I gotta go in a few minutes.
No, so
My
I,
time.
And then, 55 Fair Street wanted to be heard on Thursday.
which one is that?
Oh, Mr. McCaffrey.
Oh my God.
Coming down to
man.
decision time.
Oh, boy.
Thursday or,
Oh, shit.
sorry.
Well,
Okay, how does everybody feel about Thursday?
I'm okay with it.
All right,
I don't think it'll be that long.
I don't think it'll be that long. Are you okay for Thursday?
I'm totally
Yeah.
down with it.
Yeah?
Check it. Yeah, Thursday, yeah,
I
totally.
thought you were in the Alps or skiing.
Nope, no, I'm here.
All right, I think we'll do the rest on Thursday.
Okay. Yeah.
Thursday's good?
Thursday.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you guys
All right.
that's great.
You still watch the
Thanks.
video then, huh?
Nah, you know what I did? I had Chandra was here. I was like, text me,
Oh.
and then I texted her. She's like, oh, I left like 15 minutes ago. They were
Ah.
sprinting down here. So, all right, cool.
All right, see you Thursday. Okay, I think we'll hold, do you guys need us to approve minutes? You want us to approve
That's a
minutes?
Terry thing,
Yeah,
I'm not
you
sure.
can,
All right, so let's hold that one, okay? We'll do it on Thursday if
Yeah.
we need to.
do we need a motion to move these to Thursday? Do I need a
Yeah,
motion for that, from minutes?
Yeah, motion to hold, well, Ray can't do it, so just we can make a motion to hold 36 through 47 to Thursday.
Well, can we do something like, can we move everything that was held for representation to Thursday?
Yeah, but you haven't made any motions on number 36 through 47.
All right, motion to move 36 through 47 to Thursday, and in addition, the ones we skipped over for representation as well, just in case they're there.
Okay. All right, good motion. All those in favor of Val's motion? Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
Here we go. All right,
John and Kathy, thank you.
all those in
You're welcome,
favor
John.
Thank you.
of Val's motion to adjourn? Thanks,
Aye.
everybody. Thanks for sticking it out.